Alright, it does that now. So, good evening, everybody, and welcome to The Legend of Heroes, Trails into Reverie. Now I not only have to worry about getting exited out of these, title screens super quickly, I also have to worry about getting exited out of the regular menu screen super quickly, because now the opening plays. So yeah, if you see me moving the, arrow keys around here, it's not because I want to. But yeah, last time around we finished up Rean's Route, first chapter. We discovered that, Prince Olivert and Princess Scheherazade has gone missing. And, we have to go and, track her down. And we've also met the enigmatic Sea, the so-called leader of the new Imperial Liberation Front. It's almost certainly not Crow. It has to be somebody else. But the real question is, who the hell is C, and why do people keep taking this letter? Like, it's gonna get sued so hard that people aren't gonna be able to use the letter C anymore. Like, view characters and art pieces? More like, view Herators and art pies. Yeah, like, man, no C's ever, baby. But, speaking of no C's, we've, started Chapter 2 of Lloyd's Route, and, that means it's time to get over some barriers, baby. Let's go. Welcome to the stream, Lydell. I'm glad you could join me. It's not Crow. Again. Alright, Lecter's almost dead. As he should be. I should heal up just a tad.
Whew! Give it up to the heels!
Oh right, sorry, we're getting over the hurdles.
Over there!
Oh god, it's like 5 of these farting assholes.
This isn't looking good.
What are we going to do?
Oh shit, it's Ellie.
Don't worry, Polly. I won't let them hurt you. I'll distract them. I want you all to run for the village, okay? Whoa. What do we do, Camille?
Camille? But that's a girl's name! That sounds like a girl's name. A girl's name. A girl's...
Shoot.
Sorry, this isn't Zeta
No one
Gundam.
hurts my sister while I'm around! There's too many of them. At the rate things are going.
Ellie!
Ha.
Lloyd!
Sorry it took us so long. Mind covering our 6?
We won't let them harm the children.
Bring it!
Well, I mean, if they're going to give me a 0 craft turn to start off with.
Okay, playtime is over. From night! Okay, later. Right.
Revel in the night.
Let's go.
I guess Zero Breaker is probably better. Can I get, like, more than 2 in a... Probably not.
Zero Breaker!
I'm going. Come. Perfect.
Yep,
Right.
I'm back, baby. Another stream. Another farting anteater, baby.
Countering.
Wow.
Leave it to me.
Don't have anything for healing in this case, so...
Here I go. Take this. Ah! Behold my dance, an illusory offering to departing soul.
Alright, got rid of most of the jerks. Too bad these farts are making everybody faint.
It's my turn. Stay strong, everyone. Thank you so much.
Let's just get rid of all these guys. Fuck them. Fuck these anteaters.
Battle complete. Now to reset myself. I need to keep at it.
Guess I'm moving up.
Okay, he doesn't scream level up at me anymore. I guess that's better.
That takes care of that.
You're all unharmed, right? Good job hanging tough for so long, Ellie. I'm glad to see you're all right.
Aww.
You show up out of nowhere at the perfect time, and that's all you have to say to me?
Hey, Ellie. Nice cock. That's probably the worst thing you could say, but, like... Why didn't you say that, Lloyd?
I was so worried, and I thought I may never see you again. You're not still hurt, are you?
No, I'm fine. Sorry that I worried you. I'm so happy to see you again, Ellie.
Aw.
Lloyd,
Whoa. They must really like each other. I think we should give them some privacy, Polly. So, this is the guy you were talking about. I'm glad you're back together. Well then. They're children watching, you know? Don't go corrupting them, officers. We were doing nothing of the sort. Don't make it sound like that. Wait, what are you doing here in the first place? It's kind of a long story. Are y'all alright? Oh, thank goodness. I was so worried something might have happened. Ooh, don't scare me like that. Hold up. Aren't y'all...
Lloyd! Risha! Oh!
Cecile!
I'm sorry, they said y'all, so I had to. I had to hit them with the cowboy cosplay draw. Ain't nothing good in this village but honey and flowers. That's not true, I actually like this place.
Lecter tipped us off that an SSS member was in Armorica, but I never expected to run into you too, Cecile. I'm so glad you're all right.
It's so good to see you're okay too, Lloyd. I'm sure you must have gone through a lot to get here. I didn't know what to think after the injuries you sustained at the ceremony.
Yeah, but I'm doing better now thanks to Risha. I wouldn't have made it here without her. Or Lecter, for that matter. I wasn't expecting to get a shout-out. You know you don't owe me anything. But it was your information that led us to Armorica Village in the first place. It's good to see that so many people from the city were able to escape here. Yes, it wouldn't have been possible had the CPD and CGF not drawn the enemy's attention. Then again... It's Kia, isn't it? You don't know where she is either. Oh no. Unfortunately, we were separated from her during all the confusion in the city. I'm so sorry, Lloyd. I was standing right next to her at the time, so it was my responsibility. I shouldn't have let this happen. But please, Cecile, you don't have to blame yourself. It's not your fault. If anything, I should have... Ellie... We're all worried about Kia, but we need to have faith in her. I'm sure she's okay, and I know we'll find her eventually and bring her home safely. There's not a doubt in my mind. Lloyd's right. Let's take solace in how many people were able to escape from the city. If they're okay, then I'm sure Kia is too. I can't begin to describe how it feels to know that Shanshan and Speaker McDowell are okay. I was especially worried about Shanshan this whole time. Yeah, think of it this way. We're off to a good start already, knowing that some of our friends and family are alright. Though I don't want to make light of the injuries Speaker McDowell suffered. Sounds like he took a stray bullet to the shoulder. He gonna be okay? Doctor said he should be fine, fortunately. The bullet passed straight through, so it didn't cause much damage. But given his age, he's gonna need plenty of rest at the clinic for right now. That's probably for the best. I wouldn't want him pushing himself too hard for our sakes. That's right. Your grandfather will be okay, Ellie, so long as he takes time to recover. He's in good hands with Dr. Lighton. And try not to worry about where Kia is, alright? I'll try. Well, I'm going to get back to helping at the clinic. Let me know if you need anything. Thanks, Cecile. We will. My apologies. I know there's no sense in being gloomy right now. The children left the village because they wanted to find a way to cheer me up, and you saw how that almost turned out. You shouldn't blame yourself for that either, Ellie. I'm sure they wanted to help the entire village, and not just you. But... Hate to change the subject, but I think I'm going to do my own thing for a while now that we made it to the village. Yes, we could all use some downtime. I'd like to go catch up with Shan-Shan and see how she's doing. She's at the inn, isn't she? Yes, that's where the other refugees from the city are staying as well. She's been worried about you too, so I'm sure she'll be happy to spend some time with you. That sounds like her. I'll go do that then. I'm gonna check in on the speaker and see if the folks in the clinic need a hand. Give me a holler once you two are done with the heart-to-heart you're about to have. What was that? I guess that was their way of leaving this in my hands. Hey, Ellie, could I interest you in a walk around the village together? I want to get a better idea how the villagers are holding up. I suppose we could do that. Armorica may have been our base of operations for a while, so we should go say hi to Chief Tolta as well. Good thinking. Let's go then. No, I was expecting, like, dialogue lines. Just give me a minute or two here. I need to grab something real quick. Alright, I'm back. Just, forgot to actually put my water close to where I was, and then when I looked at it, I realized it's only half full, so I'm probably gonna have to stop again in like an hour or so and get some more for that. I still have the Crossbell Queen outfit. Actually... All's well that ends well, though. It's a good thing Miss Ellie was looking out for him. I've been so shook up since what happened in the city that I haven't been in the frame of mind to think of anyone but myself. Ooh, excuse me.
Crazy as times are, this place always manages to put my mind at ease.
I know what you mean. Especially so, now that I know you're safe.
Why don't we take a look around?
Thought life was finally going to begin calming down after I returned from the war half a year ago. Can't believe I've seen Crossbell be occupied for a second time. Wonder if we're ever going to escape from the Empire's shadow.
Bye. This'll be good.
Maybe fishing will make you feel better, sir. I didn't do a very good job of catching that fish.
Oh well.
I'll take it, though. Rock eater. Someday you'll feed on a tree frog. Hey there, Ellie. How you feeling?
Hello, Gofon. I suppose I'm hanging in. I'm more concerned about the evacuees. How are they doing?
It's hard to say, really. People who came from the city are feeling more uneasy than any of us. I'm happy to open up all our rooms, but we only have so many. It isn't ideal for them to all have to share.
That's very true. I'm sorry for the burden we've undoubtedly placed on you.
Got nothing to apologize for, Ellie. You did the right thing. I'll do what I can to keep them comfortable, like making them snacks in my spare time. It's not much, but it's something.
Easy to overlook how stressful the situation must be for the evacuees as well. We need to resolve this as soon as possible.
Anyway, might as well learn a new recipe while we're here. Exchange some Sepith masses. And, I'll put one in our inventory, why not?
How relaxing.
Alright, let's go see what Risha and Shanchan are up to.
I'm so glad you're alright, Risha.
Aww.
First I was separated from Daddy, and then you disappeared. I was worried sick about you.
I'm sorry for worrying you, San-san.
Oh, is that actually how it's supposed to be pronounced? Huh. I don't really understand Chinese all that well. I'm sorry.
I'm so relieved to see you're all right, too.
I mean, I see SH, I assume it's like a sh, so it's Shan, not Zan, but, Sunjang, maybe. If I'm going by Dynasty Warriors, but also, the first Dynasty Warriors game I played, they pronounced everything wrong, so, Zhao Zhao was Cao Cao.
Risha, don't ever leave me like that again.
Anyway, we're derailed, this is really cute.
As long as you're here, I feel like I can overcome anything. I know things may seem scary now, but we can pull through this.
You're right. But...
Well, this is a heartwarming sight.
Oh, the SSS. Thank you for cock-blocking me, Dick. Does this mean you're going to be leaving again? We don't have a plan set in stone yet, but most likely, yes. I still don't know whether Ilya and Sully are alright. I'll do whatever I must so that we can perform together again. I thought you might say that.
I'm sorry, Shanshan. I know it must feel like we're ripping your best friend from you after you only just got her back. But there are people who need Risha's help, us included. We need her with us if we're going to secure Crossbell's future and freedom.
I know it won't be easy, but we're asking you to have faith in us. We promise we'll take good care of Risha, and give her all the support we possibly can. I'm sorry for putting you through so much, I really am. I promise I'll come back safe as soon as I can. And when I do, I'll bring back everyone from Long Lao back with me. Okay, but please be careful. I'm gonna hold you all to that. You better look after her.
We will.
I should be the one looking after her.
What's wrong, Risha? Were you gonna say something?
Oh, no, it's nothing. Was that my imagination?
Weird.
I hope Zhonghui is okay, too.
He's probably fine. Keith's been acting kind of strange. That's because he got hit with the icky sticky, Seely. It's all over for him. Oh, they got separated from their parents. That's gotta be rough. Oh, and this is Scott's wife, Pearl. Scott the Bracer. Man. Alright, Keith, why are you acting weird? I thought the plan to use the ceremony as an excuse to take Celia on a date was actually gonna work. But it was a total bust thanks to the old governor occupying the city. Why do I even ever bother hoping things will work out? Hope just leads to despair. Ah, that's why he's acting weird. Because dude's depressed that he couldn't score. I don't know, man. The fact that she wanted to go with you is generally a pretty good sign. Just keep being there for her, and I'm sure things will work out. Just, man, times are tough right now. Lloyd, good seeing you again. Did all of you evacuate as well? Something like that. Is it just the two of you here? Where are the others? Well, everyone was heading out of town to fish when the signing ceremony was supposed to happen. We were split up once people started to evacuate. I wouldn't have managed to get away if it wasn't for Copen. We were supposed to have so much fun together. Why did it come to this? It's gonna be okay, Salem. I don't know what to do when I was drafted, but I still managed to come home to everyone. So I'm sure as long as we don't give up hope, we'll be able to fish together again someday. Yeah, you're right. And this is my hometown, so I'm sure there's plenty I can do to help. That's the spirit. I can combine my fishing skills and the survival techniques I learned in the army to pitch in too. Well then, they're in high spirits. Inspiring, isn't it? Let's follow their lead. Probably a good idea. What do you got for sale, Jake? A new weapon for Ellie. Doesn't have an arts buff, but, I mean... it's quite a bit stronger. I'm not going, like, super ham on equipment, because... I mean, there's a reason why, and you'll find out later. No new, whatchamacallits here. Lecter doesn't have level 1 quartz yet. Huh. Again, I'm not going to be, like, too concerned about what I've got for, different things, but... give me that, Lecter. You don't need that. You don't need that at all. You can have that La Forte thing instead. Ugh, man, seriously. I'm just not feeling it anymore. Ah, man, that's rough. Dude always had trouble with, like, taking over the general store, and it's, like, always feels like, you know, you keep taking steps back when awful shit happens to the world around you. I can totally get that. Alright. Hey, it's Derek. Is he gonna sell us out to Mineth again? Nope, he's actually got everything under control. Yep, it's nice to see how far these characters have come from when we first started knowing them. Let's go check on the village chief. Well, look what the cat dragged in. The young folk of the village have been keeping me up to date. That includes, of course, everything that happened in the city. You folks have had it rough. We're sorry for worrying you, Chief Tolta. I owe you so much for taking in my grandfather and the refugees. As a secretary, please allow me to express my deepest gratitude. Come now, lass. Now more than ever, we got to extend a helping hand in times of need. It was the Speaker who fought for us when those goons were trying to set up the convalescent home and military camp. Not to mention all the times the SSS has helped us in the past. We were only doing our jobs, sir. Ah, spare me the humility. We've been in your debt ever since. Not once have you abandoned the weak. No, you fought for us all.
That means a lot to me. Are you okay, Ellie?
If you ever need a hand with something, anything at all, you just let us know, and we'll come running. We may be a rinky-dink little farm village, but we got your backs all the same. And we couldn't ask for better allies. Thank you so much. There's so many people supporting us. We really can't afford to let them down. I just know we're going to take Crosswell back, and find Kia.
Yes, I hope so.
So, would you mind me asking what happened after the ceremony, Ellie? You haven't been yourself ever since we ran into you outside the village.
I don't deserve to have the villagers speaking so kindly about me. Not after I turned my back on Kia.
What?
Please forgive me, Lloyd. It's not Cecile's fault that Kia isn't here. Not at all. It's entirely mine for abandoning her. You are, Kia? I've been looking for you!
Yeah, Cecile should be somewhere nearby, too. Is Lloyd?
He'll be fine. Risha's with him. Now come over.
Ah! Run, or you'll get caught up in it!
Ah! Kia! No! Kia! Kia! Where are you? Grandfather!
Ellie, go! I'll be fine. We'll see each other again soon, I promise. There are other people who need you.
Kia!
Of course she's beating herself up over this. It's gotta be rough. I mean, she's practically the girl's mom.
I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. I could have ran to her voice and grabbed her hand, and I chose not to. I don't deserve to call myself her guardian, or even be a part of the SSS.
So that's what happened. It's going to be all right, Ellie. Kia's just fine. I'm sure of it.
How can you be so sure?
We've done nothing but force hardship on her ever since we returned from the Azure Tree. While we fought for our home's freedom, she stood by us and helped however she could, despite being separated from her best friend. And never once did she not have a smile on her face. No matter how hopeless things felt, Kia never stopped smiling for us. She never gave up. We were the ones who swore to protect her.
I love this scene.
And there she was again, being the one who protected and supported us. Just like always.
Gosh, this game is so good. I'm so glad it's finally in English.
You're right. She always has. We were only able to continue smiling ourselves because her smile was giving us hope. I think that's exactly what she was trying to do the day we were separated, too.
I'll be fine! We'll see each other again soon, I promise! There are other people who need you!
I couldn't see her face, but I could feel how desperate she was to encourage me. Even though she must have been so scared. How can one little girl be so positive?
I'd like to say that's how she's always been. But we both know she's even stronger now than she was before. Kia isn't the same girl she was when we first met. She's no longer powerless to fight against a terrible fate that was decided without her consent. She's one of us now. In every sense of the word. Always with us, always fighting and smiling. In just 2 years, she's grown and become the Kia Bannings we all know and love. That's why, if she says she'll be all right, and that we'll see each other again, then I know we can believe her. So there's only one thing left for us to do, right?
Yeah, we just gotta get our daughter back. Together. As a family.
Yes, you're right again. I think deep down, part of me still thought of her as a helpless child that needs us to look after her. I should have known better. Should have seen that as we were getting stronger, she was right there with us, getting stronger too.
Well, I'm hardly in any position to judge when it comes to being overprotective of Kia. But the thing is, she put her trust in us. So it's only right we do the same thing when she asks, right?
You're on fire, huh? Right again. There's so much for us to do right now. The only way we're going to manage is by taking it one step at a time. Kia told me she would be okay, and that there are other people who need me. I'm going to place my faith in that, so I'm sure we'll be reunited as long as we stay the course.
That's the spirit. It's only a matter of time before our paths cross again. So we don't want to disappoint her when we meet up. I'd say we owe it to her as her guardians, and as her friends.
And also as her parents.
This is so like you, Lloyd.
I mean, guardians.
Always encouraging me when I need it most. It's been this way for a long time, hasn't it? That night on the roof when I thought of leaving the SSS. Even when I decided to become grandfather's secretary during the occupation. Sometimes I wonder if the only reason I've been able to keep going these last few years is because I knew you were with me. Words can't express how grateful I truly am.
Well, it's time to express them in action, baby.
I'm flattered, but I don't think I did anything particularly special.
Lloyd, no need to be humble.
I've known for a long time that your future was going to lead you to politics. And I know you'll make Crossbell and the world a better place. So I'm happy to do whatever I can to give you a push in the right direction if you need it.
Is that the only reason? I hope the reason you look after me so much isn't just for the good of Crossbell.
I mean, it's like 50%. The other 15% is your rock and knock.
I thought it would sound cooler if I put it that way. But you got me. I think my feelings are a little more straightforward than that. I want to do what I can to help you realize your dreams because you're Ellie. You're important to me. That's the real reason.
This is as close as we get. And I'm just like, aw,
I know I
man.
forced that out of you, so forgive me for being a little selfish.
Just tell her you love her, man. But I mean,
I think
Lloyd
that's
loves
just
everyone.
what I needed to hear to begin looking forward again.
Well, not everyone, but the people he does love, he's like a puppy dog. Just like instantly affectionate and always by your side and will bite anyone who tries to, cause you problems.
You always make me feel like nothing is impossible, not even getting our home back.
Because nothing ever is. and I'll be right here to tell you as many times as it takes.
But yeah, this is the good shit. Like, if we pull up, got new stuff for Ellie here. Still missing her third one, but, regrets. Man, this is good stuff. I'm probably gonna miss a lot of character notes as I go through the game, just because I feel like it's very easy to miss things in here. We wouldn't have to worry about monsters if we didn't wander out very far, but too bad, monsters everywhere, baby. And, they give us some honey syrup. That'll help us cook stuff, that's for sure. Alright, they did change the sign, too. It's gone from Rior's General Goods to Jake's. You'd think they would just use the last name, and that way it'd be like, oh, yeah, this place. I shopped here when I was a little boy. But, you know, guess I can't blame him for, branching out, maybe? Lecter has experience working in healthcare? Oh no. But yeah, it's actually surprising him to see him do, like, actual good shit for people for once. He's not like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna goof off and enjoy the sights. Like, nah, I'm gonna buckle down, move some shit around for you guys, help you out, manage your logistics, because I'm good at this shit. Like, it's shocking. Ugh. I might have to take Lecter off my worst characters in the series list. Nah, I won't go that far. Well, look who we have here. If it isn't the Triple S's Lloyd Bannings. Name's Rex, and I'm a photographer with the Imperial Chronicle. Came to Crossbell to cover the signing ceremony, but now I'm stuck here after that mess. Been in this village the last couple of days trying to scope things out. Figured I had to be in the thick of things if I want to keep an eye on the city and the guardsmen. So here I am trying to figure out the gaps in the patrol routes and try to find a way to sneak in. But I'm not the only reporter sniffing around either. You better believe that my scoop's going to be the best. I should have known. The press really is the same in every country. So yeah, he was lurking around in Crossbell earlier, but like I wasn't doing my due diligence, so I couldn't find him. I think we've seen everything there is to see in the village now. Is it time to visit the clinic? There you two are. Hey, Regia. Finished catching up with Shanshan? Yes, I just wanted to see how she was doing, so it didn't take long. You two are going to visit Speaker McDowell, correct? Would you mind if I joined you? Not at all, and thank you for keeping him in your thoughts. Lloyd, Ellie, and Regia entered the clinic as Ellie showed them the way to Speaker McDowell's room.
Grandfather, it's me.
Oh, Ellie, do come in.
Oh,
It's good to see you again, Mr. Speaker. But are you sure it's all right for you to be sitting up?
I do still feel some lingering pain, but they told me just this much would be all right.
I mean, hey, you gotta get, like, a little bit of exercise even when you're recuperating. Just enough to keep the muscles moving and not atrophying.
I owe the goddess my deepest thanks. It brings me joy to see you are all doing well. Particularly you, Ellie. You're looking much brighter than you were before.
Well,
She got a little pep talk from Lloyd, and Lloyd gave her a little something special. No, that didn't actually happen.
It's true. I do feel much better now.
I think Lloyd has something to do with that. I figured. Playboy here wasn't going to let her stay down in the dumps. You guys know I can hear you, right? In any case, I'm glad to hear you're doing better, Mr. Speaker. So am I, but please don't overexert yourself and try to rush your recovery. After everything that's happened in Crossbell, I don't know what I would do if something were to happen to you, too. She's right. Your condition is stable now, but the clinic is still short on staff and medicine. The best thing you can do for yourself and us is get plenty of bed rest. I will. Thank you for looking after me. I only wish there was something I could do in return. My powerlessness is simply galling.
Please don't blame yourself, Grandfather.
I cannot apologize enough for the people of Crossbell for my fellow former Ironbloods' actions. I also wish to make it clear, on no uncertain terms, that the Imperial government abhors what happens and was not involved. The illegal occupation of Crossbell is the work of Rufus Alberea and his alone. Fear not, I was not under the impression that Erebonia was responsible for this. I could never imagine Emperor Eugent allowing his actions at this point.
It wouldn't make sense for the Empire to stage an occupation of Crossbell now after willingly withdrawing its forces not long ago. Though that only begs the question of why Rufus is doing this.
Or why he has collaborators and this Ebon defense force backing him. I can't speak for the two we didn't recognize, but I can't wrap my hand around why Dieter and Garcia were helping him. Former CEO of the IBC, and an ex-Jaeger turned Mafia boss. That's quite the pair of convicts he's working with.
Each of them has a personal history with the SSS. I've also crossed blows with the Killing Bear as Yin before. Come to think of it, didn't he help you break out of prison?
He did, which is why I'm having such a hard time understanding his involvement. They both seemed like they were ready to turn over a new leaf. Why do this, Dita?
About that, I had the chance to confront him briefly before I escaped the city.
You did?
Grandfather! Cecile, he's been shot!
Hold on. I need to stop the bleeding.
Theodore, wait!
It's good to see you again, Ellie. You're looking well.
Why? Why are you doing this?
What possessed you to play a part in such foolishness? Did you not learn anything from your short-lived presidency?
Oh, I learned much, I assure you. That is why I am here today. Back then, my daughter played me like a fiddle. But this time, I am following my own convictions, and that is what led me to join the new unified government.
You hopeless fool.
God damn it, Dieter. Not again.
Uncle Dieter, how can you truly believe that this is the right path? Surely you can see.
Looking at you and your friends now, you don't stand a chance against the Supreme Leader. I'd advise you take the time to reevaluate what justice means to you. You and your compatriots both.
Well, he's still obsessed with justice, at least. Also, surprisingly enough, that's Austin Lee Matthews. I was like, that sounds nothing like Ash. I was like, who the hell is voicing him? He sounds kind of familiar, but, like, in a completely different tone. It's just like, range, man. That's range, baby. Really? Is he still on about that? He's always had a raging hard-on for that kind of stuff. But I want you to know you can still trust us, Mr. Speaker. We'll get to the bottom of their motivations and do what we have to take back Crossbell. We won't allow the independence we've worked so hard for to slip through our grasp like this.
That's right. We're not going to give up on our dreams so easily. We can achieve anything when we all work together. The entire SSS. That's never changed.
Thank you. It's reassuring to know we have your help.
And I'm ready to lend my strength to the cause as well.
I guess I can lend a hand too.
Please take care of yourself, Lloyd. I don't want to have to treat you too.
I will, Cecile. Promise.
Let's go think on what our best course of action from here will be.
I'm ashamed there's nothing more I can do for them. They have shouldered what should have been my burden time and time again.
Please don't blame yourself, Mr. Speaker. They're doing what any Crossbell would if they had the power. Although,
I know Lloyd and his friends can take care of themselves, but please, keep lighting their way, Guy.
I mean, Guy's with us in spirit. Well. I guess Lighten got out of the city in time. That's good at least. Because now that he's here, he can help out with you know, the wounded in Amorca. Watch out! What the? Where did that come from? Are we under attack? Don't think so. Nor do I. Take a closer look. Letter. I've never seen anything like this script, though. Looks like an old-school style of writing from the East. And I'm guessing it's coded. Precisely. I've used this exact code in my work as Yin before. It says... The dancer and the former Zero Child are in our care. Come to the ancient battlefield to the southeast. Southeast. We await you. Oh. A note written in Eastern code delivered on a kunai meant for Yin. Not hard to figure out who it's from. Or who they have in their custody. Well, I mean, the dancer could also be Sully, but... shh. At least they're both alright. I told you Kia's strong, didn't I? Still, why would they be looking after Ilya as well? Huh. Is something wrong, Lloyd? Wait. You don't think this is... a ransom note, most likely. They wouldn't have waited this long to contact us without a reason. They may be under their care, but that doesn't mean they're safe. No! The ancient battlefield's where the cult had its base, right? Can't say I have a good feeling about this, but you're not gonna let that stop you, huh? Of course, as long as there's a chance Kia's there, no danger's too great. We'll do whatever it takes to keep her safe. I feel the same way. Not going simply isn't an option if that's where our loved ones are. That's right. Let's make sure we're fully prepared before we set off. Fully prepared? That sounds like I should save. Alright. Onward and upward. Huh? What's this strange feeling? Choosing to continue will cause the main story to advance. It will also not be possible to go any further in Lloyd's story for a brief period. Is something wrong, Lloyd? Oh, sorry, I thought I sensed something strange, but it must have been my imagination. Wait, why does my pocket feel bulkier all of a sudden? A mirror? How peculiar looking. Where'd you find it? I'm not sure. I've never seen it before. Strange as it sounds, it just appeared in my pocket out of nowhere. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that doesn't just happen. I'm guessing one of the village kids slipped in your pocket as a prank. Maybe, but I doubt any of them could pull it off without me noticing. But if that's not it, then how did it get in my pocket? I can't even hazard a guess. I feel as though I have it for a reason. So bizarre. Where could it have come from? Progress in Lloyd's story has been locked for now. Progress in one or both of the other stories in order to continue. The game's like, hey, you can't actually leave the village. You have to continue on either Reen's route or C's route. And in our case, it's Reen time.
We're finally here.
So we just have 2 students with us, just Altina and Ash.
Damn, is it 10 already?
Sure is. Heimdall's pretty far from Ymir.
Our next target shall be the muck and mire that gathers in the Vermilion City.
The Vermilion City C mentioned can only be Heimdall.
Well, it could be other things, but it's most likely to be
But
Heimdall.
the capital is gigantic. We're going to need some way to narrow our search radius.
You ask me, the racecourse in the Garnier district seems suspicious.
Do they now?
I know. I'll save having fun till our work's done.
It's like, Yuna and Kurt are not here to grill you for your poor choices, so I'm stuck doing it in their stead. Please don't make things harder on me.
I'd be happy to take you anywhere you like once we've ensured Prince Olivert is safe. As long as it's not the kind of shady businesses I know you want to go to.
I got you. Can't very well go to him in uniform.
That's not the problem here, Ash.
Ash, stop breaking the rules.
We can go for dessert though, right?
Of course. It'll be on me, even.
Yeah, who's my favorite child?
Just focus on the investigation first. Let's start with Lady Arie, since she's agreed to speak with us.
To the training hall in the Laika district we go then.
Vermilion, Muck, and Mire. Also, I love how, excited Altina sounds now. There's no hint of that emotionless girl she was in CS2 and the early parts of CS3. She's just soft-spoken now. The morning after learning from Major Claire of Crossbell's occupation, we set about discussing how we should act. We also established contact with all the members of Class 7 that we could inform them of the situation. First, there was the matter of Crossbell itself. We knew from the Major's intel that it was under the control of the former Governor General and his Ibn... Sorry, I keep going to, say Eben, but they said Eben in the story, so I'm two thoughts in the same time. So, Eben Defense Force. Anxiety over the region's welfare gnawed at us, but it had been isolated from the outside world. We had no way to learn more. Indeed, there was little we could do on that front for the time being. Then there was the matter of the search for Prince Olivert and his wife. Their whereabouts remained unknown. Furthermore, the Round of Seven system we had used to stay in touch over long distances relied on an artifact stored on the Courageous II. And with the airship stolen, that method of communication was lost to us. Our only clue then was the message sent to the Intelligence Division by sea. Vague as it was, the information was undoubtedly our best lead in unraveling the mystery of the prince's disappearance. With hope on the horizon, we set about dividing ourselves into several groups. Major Claire and Yuna agreed to head east to get a handle on the situation in Crossbell. Meanwhile, Lord Mateus and Kurt would head west and rendezvous with the students of the Vander School. Muse volunteered to return to the branch campus to meet up with the principal and her fellow students, as well as seek help from other sources. The others would all find ways to play to their strengths in aiding our cause. Meanwhile, I was to bring Altina and Ash with me to Heimdall, to follow the trail left to us by C's message.
That is basically our situation as it stands. His Excellency also asked us to tell you that he hopes you'll be able to look after the hall in his extended absence.
Thank you for updating me on everything going on.
It's the least we could do. Your husband did a lot for us.
More like put us through the goddamn ringer.
And he threw your son off a cliff, by the way. Just thought we should mention that as an aside.
All while shrugging off our attacks like we were nothing more than a bunch of buzzing mosquitoes. He sent Kurt flying off a cliff, too. I found him quite terrifying.
Okay, Altina's got me covered.
I do hope he didn't leave you with any lasting trauma. Still, his is a measured hand. If he came at you that fiercely, he trusted you could handle it. I hope you can understand that he only did what he did because he saw potential in all of you.
We do, don't worry. Yeah, could tell he was acting without any ill will. If anything, I'm the one with the reputation for being a stern disciplinarian around here. Based on how often I see my students quake at the knees, I wager they fear me more than my husband. We caught wind of that when we were here for one of our field exercises. Kurt's got some monster parents. Surprised the guy ain't half Tomatarian or something. In the time I spent with him, it was clear that there was more to him than his stern presence on the battlefield. He was kind enough to share some wisdom with me, too. Was he now? He's a man of few words, so that's very unusual. I can't picture that happening at all. Same here. Please don't speak rudely about the man in front of his wife, you two. Don't worry, I appreciate their honesty. Still, I'm glad that you seem even more united as a class than you did when you were last here. Do continue to look after my Kurt, won't you? Of course. We would even if we weren't asked to. And if he wants help getting into the good kind of trouble, I'm his guy. Anyway, getting back to why we're here, has anything out of the ordinary happened in the capital recently? The students who were here have split up across Erebonia to search for information on Prince Olivert's whereabouts. As such, I'm not as well informed on the situation here in Heimdall as I would be. But there is one thing I feel is worth mentioning. What is that? It feels as though there are more people coming and going than there should be. Especially given how there's no festivals or celebrations here around this time of year. It's making the capital feel more restless than usual, differently from how it did during the summer festival. It's as though there's something stagnant in the air. Huh. I'll be glad not to have to deal with any more Calvard spies like at the festival, that's for sure. But stagnant air is all you're gonna get in the city to begin with. You feel anything out of whack, Schwarzer? Not especially, if I'm honest. I'm guessing it's a relatively slight difference, ma'am? Yes, it may even just be my imagination. You've lived in Heimdall for a long time. If something feels amiss to you, it likely is. We'll keep that in mind as we investigate. I'm sorry I can't provide you with anything more concrete. There is one thing I can do, however. I'd like to introduce you to someone dependable to aid your investigation. Oh? Well, I say introduce, but you in particular know her very well. She should be here any moment now. Ah, there we are.
May I come in?
I think I know who that is.
I suspected as much.
By all means.
Elise is back. And she's not bringing Alphen with her, so she's actually a good character.
Hello, everyone. It's good to see you all again. The same to you.
So she's our little helper, huh?
Indeed. Sister Doreen, friend to Princess Alphen, and head of St. Astraya's student council. The noble Elise Schwarzer herself.
The princess and Muse have already apprised me of the situation, so I spoke with Lady Aurier and volunteered to aid you upon your arrival. I apologize if my behavior strikes you as meddlesome, but I am certain that I will be able to aid you in your investigation. You do know more about the capital than any of us.
You're not coming, and that's final.
Damn it, Reen.
What?
Out comes the big water.
Oh my god, that line read. Oh my god. Seriously, I have to play this again.
Out comes the big water.
Oh no. Oh man. Damn it, Ash. You're killing me.
There's still far too much we don't know about the situation here. Given that our enemies pilfered the name of the Imperial Liberation Front, we could very well be dealing with terrorists. Involving a civilian in this would be downright irresponsible.
So I'm just a civilian, am I? Just a no-good student without a mote of power to her name?
That's not what I'm trying to...
That's definitely what you're trying to say.
Oh, I think it is. But even leaving that aside, your blunt dismissal misses an important point.
And what point is that?
That the situation at hand doesn't relate to me, when I am Princess Alphen's dearest friend.
But that is that, and this is... this.
As we speak, she is racked with worry over her brother's well-being. Yet, as the matter is confidential, she has to feign a smile and act as though everything is normal. She cannot cast her responsibilities aside and aid in the search herself either. And because she cannot, I will do so in her place. If I just sit by idly while she suffers in silence and do nothing to alleviate her burden, I won't be fit to call myself her friend ever again.
Just remember to read friend as girlfriend, and everything makes, like, 100,000% more sense.
Elise.
Looks like you lose this one, Schwarzer.
It's like, listen, you might be my big brother, but do not get in the way of me and my wife.
You realize both of them are Schwarzer in this context.
If I may, I think you would do well to put your trust in her here. Her skill with a rapier is formidable.
That may be so, but...
I have toiled long and hard to master the art of fencing passed down through our family. Of late, I have even grown under Lady Aurier's tutelage. And far from letting my pen rest while my sword hand improves, I have overcome many a challenge as student council president. I am no longer a cowering child in need of your protection, dear brother.
Reen's like, aw, shit.
All right. Ash called this one right. You win.
Then...
We'll be glad to have your assistance. But if things get dangerous, I want you to do as I say. Deal?
Deal!
Aw.
I wish you all well in your investigation. Please, do be careful. Should I catch wind of anything you hear, I'll let you know immediately.
Wait, you're not Gaius. You're not allowed to make wind jokes.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Then let us set off. I will do my best not to overextend myself and leave you all to carry the burden. But please, if you are truly in need, I hope you won't hesitate to tell me. For even I possess a strength that you can lean on.
Thanks. It's good to know you've got my back.
And the feeling is mutual.
No. Alright. We've got Elise, of all people, joining our party. And, just like all the new characters, she has the link attack bug. Which kinda sucks. But hey, what can you do? So, Altina, why are you, like, out on the side? If anyone should be out on the side, it's Ash. Reen doesn't have, like, a self-buff anymore. Elise is kind of like a mid-range character, so it makes sense. And... God, shield quartzes are... ugh. Like, literally would rather have anything else besides shield on characters. Crystal Edge, you betcha. But, again, I'll be worrying about, like, actually adjusting quartz later. For the time being, we've just got what we got. Let's see what to do next. We have to meet up with the rest of our friends who have come to the capital. There's still plenty of time before our scheduled gathering. No point in rushing, then. Shall we patrol the districts and gather some intelligence? That way we can meet with the others along the way. Given your familiarity with the area, that certainly sounds like the most efficient plan. That reminds me. Apparently the violin nerd we're supposed to meet up with is from here? Right. Elliot hasn't been on tours, so he's been working in the city. Machias is from the capital, too. Machias, Elisa, Toa, and Sharon. I hope they're all doing alright. I'm sure they are. For now, let's focus on what we can do. You're right, Reen. Look, she's not even calling him Big Bro. She's just like, Reen. It's good. Oh, hell yeah. Fruitful pancakes. Let's see what else we can get here. Just pancakes, huh? Fortunately, I don't have any ingredients on Reen at the moment. We're gonna have our final exam like it was originally scheduled on the syllabus? But what about all the classes that were cancelled because of the war? I don't recall ever talking about postponing it. It's time I evaluate how far along your personal research has come. Besides, the war's been over for some time. It's only natural our schedule would be caught up by now. No one ever told me! I thought it meant the school year would be extended for sure. That's why I've been slacking this semester. Please, Professor, you can't make us take that exam. I'm not ready! Frankly, my dear, I could postpone the exam by a decade, and I doubt you'd be any more ready than you are now. Damn. Just laying into that poor girl. Let's check out on the Lake Lord Company next. Give me fish. Oh man, that's expensive. But also, I want it, I want it, I want it, I want it, I want it. Okay. Also, I should say hello. Harris. Weird. John. Lake Lord 2. Hey, look who just stepped in. Well, I'll be, if it isn't the Ashen Chevalier and his comrades. Your timing couldn't be more perfect. We were just reading a letter from Kenneth and Lady Annabelle. Wow, that's funny. Last I heard, those two were off on a fishing journey across the continent. That they are. From what they say here, they're in Liberl now. They're having the time of their lives, fishing themselves silly. Seems to be quite the educational trip, too. Kenneth's making progress in his report analyzing aquatic ecosystems. Oh, to be so young and full of energy. I can't wait for the two of them to come back and regale me with tales of their exploits. Definitely. I'm sure he'll return twice the fisherman he was when he left. He might even prove helpful with that new enterprise of yours. You mean my water quality management initiative? True, the more data we have, the more we can appropriately manage a wide array of different environments. I already have William helping me out. He's heading out east, as well as the Fisherman's Guild. But if we can get Kenneth and Miss Annabelle to pitch in without interrupting their journey, that'd be even better. That's what I think. In fact, I bet they'll be all too eager to lend you a hand. Crossbell really seemed to be finding its feet. It's a shame to see it fall in hard times again with that United Nation business. I hope the members of the Fisherman's Guild aren't having too tough a time over there. Even I know that's wishful thinking, though. Yes, as much as I hate to admit it. I was going to offer my congratulations to them all, but then former Governor Rufus had to throw a wrench in everything. Everyone at the Lake Lord Company sounds just as concerned about what's going on as everyone else. We've got to keep making progress in our own investigation over here for the sake of those in Crossbell, too. Oh yeah, there's a scene at the Imperial Museum, so we might as well go
Should we check the Imperial Museum while we're here?
Wouldn't hurt to poke our noses inside. My old upperclassmen might even be on shift.
It's alright, we gotta go say hi to Dorothy. Here we are, the Imperial Museum. There don't seem to be many visitors today.
If it isn't Reen. Haven't seen you around here since the branch campus's field exercises.
Hey, Dorothy. Good to see you. How's work been treating you?
Pretty good, all things considered. Actually, my publisher's been pushing me to become a full-time author after how well my latest novel sold. But I like my work as a curator too, so I don't think I'm ready to quit just yet.
That's great. Always nice to have options.
And there's the other reason I don't want to go into writing full-time. I'd probably become a total shut-in. I'd miss out on all this. I find the best way to seek inspiration is to observe daily life. People watching, so to speak. Why?
As if I was on my way home to work the other day, I spotted a budding flower at the nearby cafe that caught my eye. My mind went wild imagining the experiences that could end the precarious final days of his youth. Oh, I can't keep doing this. Oh, my nose is gonna bleed all over my blouse again at this rate. It's no wonder why Her Highness sees you as a kindred spirit. Oh, and it's good to see you again, Ash. I've been wanting to give you an update about that joint publication between our old literature club and yours. All that's left is to gather a collection of poems by none other than yourself. Tatiana and I haven't given up hope that you'll submit them yet. Lay off, will ya? I told ya, I'll do it if I feel like it. It's only a matter of time before he gives in. No doubt. So, what brings you all to the capital today? Does it have something to do with the Ebon Defense Force that occupied Crossbell? Doesn't seem like she's heard anything about Oliver and Shara. Yeah, something like that. By the way, is it just me, or is there fewer visitors here than normal? You noticed? Actually, the museum put a restriction on the number of visitors allowed at once recently. Something came up that has us concerned. Concerned? What do you mean? You remember the museum is connected to a tunnel that leads to Heimdall's catacombs, right? We've been hearing what sounds like voices coming off in that direction lately. It's kinda scary. I would imagine. Do you think it could be monsters? Maybe, but if anything, it sounds more like a ghost. Something completely unnatural. I dusted off my old Olbro staff to take a look down there before, but I didn't come across any signs of monsters. Ghost, huh? You expect us to believe that bullshit? Might I remind you that we've experienced monsters and a magic night down there already? Not to mention, this was the spot the Dark Dragon's nest appeared before the Great Twilight. Something abnormal happening again isn't out of the question. Come to think of it, Instructor Sarah told us she dropped by here a couple of weeks ago. I wasn't here at the time, but the head curator told me as much. There was apparently a break-in, so she came to investigate. I don't think it has anything to do with the noises we're hearing, though. Perhaps, but it wouldn't hurt to keep it in mind. We should begin our investigation soon. I did put a formal request in with the guild already, but I guess they're swamped with other things right now. They said it'll be a while before they can get around to it. That's a shame, but I'm not surprised that they would be busy. Right, but we can't afford to let the situation go unchecked. Would you mind if we looked into it, Dorothy? Not at all. We'd really appreciate it. Man, this is gonna be a pain in the ass. But I guess it's better than letting this place get done in by a poltergeist or something. Whether the cause is paranormal or not, I think this will be worth our time. I agree. There's a possibility we could discover something that pertains to our current investigation. In that case, you should take this. Receive the basement key. It's just over there, to the left of the main exhibit. Thank you, and do be careful. We will be. We won't be, baby. We will be the opposite of careful. We will be care empty. Get in the basement, baby.
This'll be fun. I'm ready to go.
I should probably save before I proceed. I don't even think I need to Orphan charge myself there. My word. Real accurate info there, Four Eyes. Didn't she say she couldn't find any monsters? That just means the situation's gotten worse since Dorothy checked. And I don't think these are your average kind of monsters. I've seen this type of creature in the past. An evil fairy. Undoubtedly a type of demon. Just as we expected then.
I don't know if it's because of them, but I feel a chill on my skin. That just speaks to how powerful the spiritual presence is here. Somehow, though, I don't think these demons are the only reason for this. Let's keep our guards up and take care of these things.
Let's get them! Fiercest fire! Blazing swarm! Hey, you! Rest in peace!
It's my turn!
Wow.
Crimson Flash! It's down! It's mine!
I'll fight! My turn.
Well, again, if you're gonna give me a,
Divide to conquer. Transform! Sync complete. Initiating Brave Mode. Accelerate. Strike! Solaris Bringer! Battle complete. Let's continue.
Easy. Combat situation resolved. Looks like there's still more. It could be that they'll just keep coming endlessly. That spiritual presence is as strong as ever. Whatever, they're all small fry to me. But I suppose your little sis ain't too bad, Schwarzer. Beautiful fencing, powerful arts, and precise support. There's no way you learned all that at St. Estrella. Correct. I belong to no club either. In my case, the rapier skills Father taught me serve as the basis of my fighting technique. And when I was younger, Reen tutored me as well. I see. You said as much at the dojo earlier, but you grew up in the perfect environment. She even took lessons with Master Koffei with me before. And then on top of that, she's been trained by the Storm Watcher too. Honestly, you could describe Elise's style as entirely unique to her. Please, you exaggerate. Damn, you ain't Schwarzer's little sis for nothing. Is this the voice Dorothy mentioned? It's coming from deeper within. It's totally different from before. Is this an apparition? I swear I just saw something resembling Pleroma grass for a second. The pressure's immense. This thing's completely different from what we've fought so far. A hostile spiritual being. It's my first time seeing one like this. It's like the deep-seated grudge of a sorcerer from the Dark Ages made manifest. Either way, it's clear this thing's the source of our problems. We just gotta whoop its ass. Easy. Class 7 impresses as always. I must be careful not to hold you all back. We've got 4 on our side, the absolute bare minimum. Looks like the enemy doesn't plan on leaving. If we want to be absolutely sure we can beat it, we should probably fight it with everyone together. Well, you see...
I shall go.
I'm dumb as shit, so... Let's get rid of this thing. Here we go, everyone. Yeah.
This one's strong. Be careful. Hey, you! Rest in peace! Yeah! Got him!
I'll fight! Calm as rainwater.
Wow.
I'll
rude.
save you. Thank you so much.
It's my turn!
Spirit unification! Let's go!
Bloom and flourish. Dancing petals.
I'm up! Crimson Slash! Now!
Engaging. Arcus activate. I'll fight.
Aw, they want to cast spells. That's cute.
Here! I'll assist.
Well, that one was getting off no matter what.
I'm up! Kane, Gale!
Yeah!
Well, that didn't do much.
I'll fight.
Someone made an abridged version
Engaging.
of Hold Steel? That's a little silly. But I guess I can see it.
Charging.
Sure.
Yeah. Ash has CP.
You're mine!
Ha!
It's my turn!
Bloom and flourish. Dancing petals.
It's my turn!
How many more turns do I have this? I forget. I think I've done 2 attacks, so in this case... Yeah, if I'm going for damage, this is probably the play. Right? Yeah.
Eternally floating. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. First, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth,
Appreciate it. I'll check it out when I have the time.
8 leaves. Breaking dawn!
I'll fight.
Hey, stop that.
None. I'll assist.
Wow.
Engaging.
Rude.
Leonic, activate. Fire.
Sure.
You're mine! It's down! Got him!
Here I go. Yeah.
Let's go! Ha! Fool!
Here I go. Arcus activate. I shall go.
Ah. Okay.
I've got you.
Just close enough to get 3 of them.
Thanks. Numbers up.
Bloom and flourish. Dancing petals.
Numbers up.
There. I'll fight. Here.
It's mine! It's my turn! Roar! Healing strike! Now!
I'll assist.
Alright. Rude.
Numbers up.
I'll fight.
How do I want to do this? Probably something
Engaging.
like this.
Ha. Now, transform. Sync complete. Presenting Arcadius Gear. 1, launch. Open fire. Brianna. Beginning extermination. Ha!
Oh.
Do it!
Still standing, huh?
Yeah!
Well, I suppose this is what this is for. In the chance that the Soul Blur didn't actually finish it off, had it under control.
And now to keep going.
We got a Crimson Emblem for our troubles. Good work, everyone. I'm glad things worked out. And it feels like the atmosphere around here is calming down. Then the apparition was the source of the problems down here. That seems like a safe conclusion. I imagine the rest of the monsters will leave as time goes on.
You know, I may have underestimated your skills, Elise. You've gotten so strong. Stronger than I ever could have imagined. As your big brother, I'll always be fussing over you at least a little. But now I know I can absolutely trust you to have my back.
You mean it?
Just a little bit, though.
I'm so happy to hear you say that.
Heh, pretty candid of you there, Schwarzer. That just goes to show how much Elise's resolve got through to him. Now then, we've cleared up the cause of that creepy voice. Let's head back up and let Dorothy know what happened here. Oh, it's just gonna automatically warp us up there, I guess? Yep. Well, it's not like it was a dungeon to walk through at all. It was like a small hallway. I never expected something like that to appear down there. Thank you so much, Reen. Don't mention it. We're glad we could help. I still wonder what could have caused a spiritual being like that to appear. That's a good question. I know strange monsters and devils appeared across the Empire during the last 2 wars, but why now of all times? And there's not just this incident. A magic knight appeared in Ymir recently as well. We still don't know what caused it. I'm convinced that something is happening just below Erebonia's surface again, at least. Great! Can't this country take a vacation from all the crazy supernatural crap for once? It was a lot like those otherworldly devils that appeared during the Great Twilight. I recall the ones we fought that last day all attempting to absorb large amounts of power. In fact, their appearance may have had something to do with the Holy Beast of Earth. What's happening now is likely caused by something much different, but it's hard to ignore how similar the outcomes are. In any case, we don't have enough information to draw a conclusion as things stand. We should continue focusing on the investigation in front of us like we have been. Oh, would you take this? Consider it a token of gratitude. We won't be needing to compensate the guild thanks to your help after all. Hopefully it'll prove useful during your investigation. Aw, hell yeah. Now we can burn that on Mishy straps. Thanks, Dorothy. We appreciate it. And before I go, could I interest you in a few copies of the new book I mentioned earlier? It's the 3rd volume of the romance series I poured my blood, sweat, and tears into. Love Song in the Autumn Rain. What temptations await the pair of young men after overcoming so many trials? Oh, I go on, but saying any more would be spoilers. Well, we wouldn't want that to happen, now would we? And besides, I'd rather support you by purchasing it for myself at a bookstore. You make a good point. In that case, I'll be looking forward to hearing your thoughts when you buy it for yourself and give it a read. Especially you, Ash. Oh, hell no! I expect Ash's spiciest essay to date. Wasn't a fan of the scene where they kissed each other in the rain. God, the writing of that was so shallow and utterly pointless. Like, I was supposed to feel care for useless? I mean, geez, if Maki is gonna grab him by the throat like that, at least make it, count for something. Jesus Christ. How I imagine Ash's, novel reviews to go. Just him getting increasingly more exasperated with each new, plot that comes to mind. Also, it's, Emily and Teresia. What are they doing here? Well, if it isn't reading Class 7. And this would be your younger sister, right? Hi, everyone. Never thought you'd all be dropping in like this. Sorry to barge in. It's good to see you again, Emily. You too, Theresia. Hello. My name is Lee Schwarzer. It's a pleasure to meet you both. If I remember correctly, you both serve in the Imperial Air Force, yes? Are you here because of the incident in Crossbell? Good guess, but not quite. We're being transferred to the Joint Staff Office on recommendation from Supreme Commander Van Dyke. You are? That's great news, timing-wise. Though something tells me there's more to the story than that. Well... leave it to Reen to be as sharp as attack. Something smells fishy and it ain't the Lake Aqueduct. We'd love to tell you what we know, honest. But it's still being treated with top secrecy, even within the military. We promise we'll compare notes with you when the time comes, though. It's good enough for me. I'll look forward to it. With that out of the way, yeah, I'm pretty worried about what's happening in Crossbell. I know Elisa's probably okay, but the fact that we haven't heard from her doesn't make it easier. I'm with you. We're in the dark thanks to the intelligence division being scaled back. It's so frustrating. All we can do is believe that she's somewhere safe right now and is okay. That's how I felt, too. I know the friends we have there will never lose hope, no matter how grim the odds are. I can't imagine the old Class 7 being phased now of all times. You're right. There's no point in wringing our hands right now. Let's just do what we can from over here for now. That's right. There might be tough times ahead, so look after yourselves and don't push too hard. Both of your girls, huh? It's rare enough for Emily to find the time to come home, but I didn't expect to see Theresia, too. Still, Mom's enthusiasm is beginning to concern me. At this rate, she'll make more cookies than we could ever eat. Oh, is this Emily's place? Okay. Things in the army appear to be as hectic as ever, but at least the girls seem to be in good spirits. Today's gonna be a good day, I reckon. It's even more lively than usual around here, and that always cheers me up. Huh. Cool. And I love how they're just, like, one big happy family. It's just like, oh yeah, Theresia stops by every now and again. She is her girlfriend, after all. Like, legitimately, this is probably one of the healthiest, WLW conversation. Wow, I can't speak. I'm very used to just calling them lesbians, so I'm just gonna keep calling them lesbians. Deal with it. I know WLW is slightly different because it can involve bisexual women, but, you know, whatever. Point being, they love each other, and it's very cute, and it's very important that they exist. Because representation matters, damn it. Fight me. Man in suit. Oh, I guess Elliot's here.
Mater Park is a popular spot to relax and unwind.
Don't I know it? I've taken some good-ass naps here. Oh, and there he is.
His music is always so beautiful.
Finding him sure didn't take long, huh?
I'll fight!
If you want to get some good-ass naps, here's the place to go. Also, 1,000 mirror for some juice? What are you running, like a criminal racketeer? Putting cocaine in your lemonade? You tried the recommended specialty. Nothing else new here. You want the freshest juice you done ever tasted in your life, then you come to the right place. Whew-wee. Am I ever glad I could quit being a soldier and come back to this job. Though with that Governor General in charge of Crossbell again, I'm worried the bliss won't last. Please tell me I won't get conscripted again. I feel like you can be a conscientious objector after you've been drafted once. Wait, what? You can't? Wow, the draft kind of sucks ass, don't you think? Pigeon. Talk to the pigeon. So cool. I'm purposely ignoring Elliot for the time being, because pigeons. There's no trophy for actually talking to all the pigeons. I'm just being silly. Lord Rufus is all over the papers again, you know? You'd think a guy that cute could do no wrong. But he's not cute enough for me to support going to war again. Yeah, besides, we wouldn't be able to hang out anymore if that happened. Oh, but you know who else is cute? The new president of Calvard. He's a super hottie in my book. You serious? He's got like 30 years on us. But if I had to pick someone older, I'd go for Carl Regnitz. Okay then. I guess you're right, that is kinda old for us. Yeah, we've always got Lord Rufus's cute face, though. Surprised you girls aren't aiming for the young musician who's currently kicking ass out there right now.
For how tranquil this place usually is. I can't help but always think of when the ILF made a mess of it.
I remember being terrified when the princess and I were kidnapped at the time, but it feels like more a distant memory now.
Every story I hear about you reminds me how strong a person you truly are.
The crowd over there just keeps getting bigger and bigger. There's too many people going over there, so I think I'll just have lunch here and listen. Leading up to the war, I was too busy looking after my grandson and a degree of other woes to tend to the plants. I didn't like the look of the red weeds I found when I gave them a quick look after the war broke out. No matter how many times I pulled them, they kept growing back. Dreadful enough that I up and moved the flower bed. I planted those seedlings with my son. I don't want anything to keep them from growing. Could he mean pleroma grass? His old geezer's lucky he's not the one being planted 6 feet under. Damn, dude. Hey, look, there's Reen. What's he... Is he fishing while I'm performing my concert? Wow.
Nice.
Oh, man. Alright. Oop. Get over here.
Not bad at all.
Alright. Red perch. And a few fire seventh. That's pretty nice. Let's go and bug Elliot now. I think we've had enough fun. Oh, he's got his music friends with him. This is quite the crowd. There's his tune. Not bad. Let's go get a better view. I don't know if we could have given a better performance. It may have been our best one yet. Oh, there's always room for improvement.
I think I'm with them on this one. It's not often our ensemble comes together this perfectly.
You got me there. I don't think we had a single note out of sync, did we? Nope, we were all feeling it to the point where it's natural to play as one. I think you two were so into it, you forgot we had an audience. Not sure I should be proud of losing myself like that. But when it's just you and the music, there's no better feeling in the world. Well, I'll give you a pass this time. As long as our audience was happy, that's all that really matters. And they were very happy. You know, we wouldn't be having moments like this if not for you two. Yeah, if you hadn't shown up when you did. That experience gave me a real wake-up call on just how much power music can have. It's up to us to decide how to use that power, be it for good or for ill. I regret what we decided last year. Can't believe we tried to take such a beautiful thing and twist it to inspire war. What were we thinking? Whatever it was, it's in the past now. Exactly. You're back to your old selves now, right? A good thing too, because today wouldn't have gone nearly as well without you. Yeah, I could never dream of being how I was. Now we can take what we learned and focus on bettering both ourselves and the world as musicians. You almost make it sound like you'll be flying circles around me if I don't pick up the slack. Then we'll just have to keep up the pace. Oops, got sidetracked. I spotted a few familiar faces among the audience and meant to say hello sooner. Oh yeah, you're friends from Thor's, right? We should say hello together. Yeah, let's go.
Sorry for making you wait, but I'm glad you stuck around for the show. What'd you think? No need to be polite. Tell us how we really did.
I thought it was brilliant. You were in perfect harmony with one another.
I was genuinely speechless.
Yeah, almost hurts that I wasn't able to catch the start of it.
I'll take that.
We thought we did well too, but it's nice hearing that it wasn't just in our heads. Sorry if it feels like we dragged you over our way. Is it the first time you've seen each other as a whole? Oh no, we had a class reunion not too long ago. We just haven't had a chance to play together in ages. Excuse me. We couldn't pass it up with all of us being in Heimdall now. The Rivelt company started up a small orchestra, and I couldn't resist applying since I used to work there. Then Ron and Morris joined it too, so here we are. Huh, I didn't know they started one. I imagine you have to be top-notch to be accepted. Yeah, it wasn't easy getting accepted, let me tell you. But hey, we can't let Elliot show us up all the time, so it's worth the hustle. Makes sense. I'm just glad you found a way to keep playing music that makes you happy. And the thing that'd make me happy is the four of us going on tour together in the future, so I hope we can. Really? Consider my bag's already packed. Did you guys just forget what we were talking about? Elliot can do what he likes, but we have to work around the orchestra's schedule. I'm sure we can figure something out, though. By the way, I wasn't expecting to see Elise with you. How are you? I'm doing well, thank you. Your classes are sorely missed. I haven't done that many, but that was still nice of you to say. What, you're a teacher? I think the girls mentioned that to me, come to think of it. You're a music lecturer at St. Estrella, correct? Provisional, but yeah. I'm still learning the ropes to showing the ropes, but it's been a lot of fun so far. I can't believe you get to instruct in an all-girls school, too. Elliot always manages to luck out in life, huh? I wish I could lecture at St. Estrella. Just once would be enough. I hope you never will if you think he's lucking out. Oh, is that the time? We should probably get going. Reverie wants us to start rehearsing at their flagship store. Yeah, we'll see you guys around. Have fun with the rest of your time in Heimdall. I'll make sure they do. Hope rehearsal goes well. See you later. Well, guess it's time we got started. I managed to gather some useful information. That was fast. Where from? I spoke to a few fans and hit up some connections at the Music Academy. Seems Imperial Army soldiers have been spotted in town a lot more than usual these days. And whatever they're meeting up here for, it's not on the docket. That is suspicious. I called Dad to see if he knew anything about it, but no luck there. Sounds like the prince's disappearance is top secret, even when you go pretty high up. I got the feeling he knew something, though, just that he wasn't sharing. Very odd for soldiers to be having secret meetings while in uniform. It's possible they're foreign spies disguising themselves as soldiers, but I don't see what they would stand to gain from their actions. Yeah, I don't think it's that deep. It wouldn't shock me if they were still in uniform because they were short on time. Is something bothering you, Elise? There is, but I'd like to get my thoughts in order a little bit more before sharing. Oh, alright then. All we got now is that something smells fishy. Lady Aurier's instincts were absolutely onto something, yeah. It's too early to say for certain if any of this relates to C, but we should keep that in the back of our minds just in case. The investigation continues then. Yeah, let's keep our eyes peeled. Alright, and now we have Elliot in the party. AKA probably the party member I'm gonna use the least in this game. Not that Elliot's a bad character, it's just there are better mages, and he's kind of one note in his healer role. I've actually heard rumors that you can build him as a physical powerhouse because of like the way the game systems work, but I don't know, man. Seems kind of crazy to me. Elise, Mr. Craig. Oh, you're from my brother's school. Does that mean Yuna and Kurt are with you by any chance? I'm afraid not. Oh, that's a shame. They were at St. Estrella recently to solve some kind of problem, if I recall. And create new problems while they were at it. I wasn't with them for most of it, but it sounds like it was eventful, to say the least. I saw you turn the audience earlier, by the way. What did you think? What did I think? It was stellar. Your music just made me burst with energy. I never wanted it to end. It made me want to put the extra Selge in music class so I can perform even half as well. You sure know how to butter up an instructor. I'm glad our feelings resonated so much with you. They definitely did. Today was my lucky day. There's only one thing that could have made it just a little bit luckier. I hope to see you again sometime soon. And if the students who helped out at school tagged along, I wouldn't complain. Certainly. There has to be more to what she just said. I bet. Let's poke Yuna about it later. Hey, Yuna, what happened there? Oh, you know, Kurt got himself another girlfriend. Another one? Yeah, but she's only interested in him when he dresses up like a girl. Wait, what? It's Count Rackham. I may have permitted that boy to be friendly with my daughter, but he is still a commoner. I thought it best I watch over them so I could intervene in the event he tries anything untoward. I must say, however, that he and his family have shown themselves to be honest, decent people so far. They've given me no reason to intervene. Yet. Master, if I may, your conference is scheduled to begin shortly. I think it may be best if you leave them with me. I know. Oh, it's Charlotte and Juta. Oh, that concert was great. I never cared about music before, but that was awesome. Yeah, I had the whole big smile on my face the whole time while we were listening. Oh, that music might have made me feel 50 years younger. Thank you for bringing us to this beautiful park, Charlotte. We owe your father, Count Blackman, was it, for letting us accompany you. It's Count Rackham, Grandma. I didn't realize there'd be an outdoor concert today, but I'm still glad you're enjoying yourselves. I believe we met those in Raquel and Ordis, didn't we? Yeah, Jude and the rich girl. What'd you bring your whole family on a date for, dumbass? Whoa, what are you doing here, Ash? It's good to see you all again. We had our reservations about that very same thing. But Charlotte thought my good turn in health was worth celebrating, so she invited us all to this wonderful place. To make it clear, this wasn't intended to be a date, even if it is a quite well-known spot for couples. Grandma, Ash, stop giving everyone the wrong idea. Ooh, Judah and Charlotte have both gone redder than a tomatarian. Bet you two think you're being real cute now with your flirting, huh? Anything's better than those gloomy faces you had on during the war. Aww. Love always wins. I wasn't expecting to see those NPCs.
This should be a good fishing spot.
Yeah, but we just fished there, man. Like, relax, my dude. Relax. That performance was amazing. That sure made for a refreshing break. Mentos, the fresh maker. Dude, you're such a background character that I forgot your name was Ron. Like, I recognize Kalinka's name because it's like a weird name, It's not one you see every day, but like Ron and Morris, yeah, no. Ron Morris kind of sounds like a hockey player name, if I'm being honest. Actually, let me just Google search Ron Morris and see what comes up. Ah, he wasn't a hockey player. He played in the CFL. In the 60s. Okay. Yeah, there's no way. There's no way I would be like that on the money. Come on. Oh, I see some familiar faces over there. Let's go the other direction first. Military police seem pretty tense. Yeah, that's because they're military police. They're always tense. What do we got in the juice stall? 100% orange juice, baby. Oh, well, here comes Class 7. We haven't seen you since we were all at Adel's Rest Lodge. Hello, it's good to see you both. Weren't you heading back to North Ambria when we last ran into you? That's right, and the train started up right again after the war ended, so we managed it. But there's been a whole lot of campaigning for independence there, especially with how Crossbell went. Situation's calmed down for now, but it's still more heated than it ever was before. So we came back to Erebonia thinking it'd be a bit safer, and a good place to make a little Mira. We did make quite a tidy sum during the summer festival, so I can't deny that played a part in our decision. But we also came to learn there are so many kind people here, like all of you and Adel. Thank you, although that does make me blush to hear. Unfortunately, it's hard to declare that Erebonia is calm at the moment. We figured that after Crossbell. But our sons made good friends here, so I think we're gonna ride this wave after all. Either way, I imagine you're all gonna end up as busy as you were during the war, so please, stay safe. We'll both be praying for you. And the same for you. Aww.
The Emperor and Empress must be worried sick.
Princess Elfin has tried to put on a brave face at school, but deep down...
The sooner we can find him, the sooner everyone can rest easy.
Right. Let me know what I can do to help.
Can you give us like $500,000? This guy's still out here taking pictures of the palace. And have I basked? You bet I have. Is it rude to fish in front of the Imperial Palace?
Want a bite?
Probably.
Nice.
Hey, Alea. Welcome to the stream. How's it going?
Not bad at all.
We're just out here, doing things that would probably be crimes in other countries, but there's nothing wrong with fishing in front of the palace. Here, it's all good. All hunky-dory.
That was so good!
Say hi to Eustace and Milliam. It's been a while.
All right! We can officially cross Drykel's Plaza off the list. I'm ready to hit up the next spot.
There's no need to be in such a rush. How do you still have space in your stomach for more?
You insult me, Eustace. I need to try all the capital's mouth-watering morsels. I can't throw in the towel this early.
You need to sample them all without eating more than your body mass in one sitting.
Says you. I'm still growing. I gotta eat.
Growing up has less to do with regular consumption and more to do with acting like an adult.
Oh, hey guys.
I always enjoy how Eustace is, like, looking out for Milliam and caring for her, but, like, no matter what she does, he always goes along with it now. Counter argument to that, by the way.
If you want me to start acting like an adult, then you've got to start treating me like it. How's the girl supposed to feel big without being called a big sister?
Counter-argument to your counter-argument. That makes no sense.
Yes, it does. Don't be mean.
Oh, their banter is so cute. Oh man, I love that. I didn't expect you all to come this early. I see Elliot is already with you. Yeah, we just met up earlier. We were going around gathering info when we happened to see you here. Elise wanted to help out too, so that's why she's here. I'll do my best not to trouble you. I don't think there's any chance of that. You'll be a fine help. If you need anything, just lean on me. Thank you, I will. I think anyone can tell that Elise is going to be a more reliable asset than you here. Rude! Seeing them in a stall together takes me back to the summer festival. How is that only a few short months ago? It feels like so much longer. I can't imagine Eustace saw what Rufus is doing coming either. Has to be weighing heavily on him. But at least he has Milliam to help take his mind off of it. Come on, give Big Sissy some love! Please remove yourself from around my neck. Aw, but we haven't seen each other in forever! It's barely been 2 weeks. That's 2 whole weeks! She whines, but she's not trying to escape. Yeah, this is how it always is with them now. Hey, do you want to try some gelato or ice cream from one of the stalls? I'll treat ya. The milk ice cream is super rich and tasty. I'll pass. I need to leave room for lunch. Aw, you're never gonna grow any bigger if you only eat the bare minimum, Tilly. I've gained another reach on you since our last update. At this rate, you're gonna need heels to get anywhere close to my height. But then again, I am older, so maybe I've earned it. 1 ice cream cone, please, with 5 scoops. You only allow 3 scoops maximum? Then I'll take 3, but I'd appreciate it if you made them as big as possible. She really doesn't want to lose this thing they've got going on, huh? Well, at least they're bonding in their own way. Anyway, were you two gathering intel, or just on a date? We were not standing idly, and we were certainly not on a date. We've been looking into the flow of goods in the capital. That would explain why you're visiting multiple shops and stalls. What have you learned, then? Well, it seems like there's lots of groups buying stuff in bulk lately. All kinds of stuff, too. Food, ornaments. It's almost like they're getting ready for something. Huh. That is unusual. I could get panic buying in response to Crossbell's occupation, but lately implies before that. Yeah, the war's over and winter's still far off, so it can't be stocking up for the weather either. Then why? Buyers themselves are suspicious sorts. When we started looking into them in detail, we discovered they were either startups or foreign. That and they all appear to exist in name only. That only adds to the mystery. Was it toilet paper? Oh shit, is COVID coming? Oh no, now I'm gonna get demonetized on YouTube. Whatever will I... Oh wait, I'm already demonetized on YouTube. Never mind. Oh, you're already done with your ice cream? Wasn't it good? Well, yes, I have to admit that we're not here to discuss ice cream. If the buyers exist in name only, could we be dealing with cases of fraud? Actually, no. The transactions are legitimate. Sellers received their money and the goods were dispatched. But the other significant mystery is that there's no record of where any of these goods ended up. The intelligence divisions tried tracking some of those orders, but they just get forwarded all over the place before disappearing along with other orders like this. They may have had better luck if they marked an order from the moment it's placed, but alas. Right, by the time they realize they're dealing with another one of these, the transaction's already long gone. So, we think whoever's doing this has gathered up all the stuff they need by now? Probably. It sounds as though we're dealing with some very skilled criminals. Perhaps the reborn Imperial Liberation Front is hoarding supplies. What is it? Nothing worthy of note. I was just wondering if perhaps it may lead to Crossbell's new Supreme Leader instead. Well, It could. True. I just cannot fathom why my brother would be so foolish. I thought he'd finally learned his lesson. Makes no sense to me either. I haven't known him for that long, even if we were both Iron Bloods. But after we beat him in the Imperial Fortress, he seemed pretty much done. I think we were all under that same impression. Either way, speculating on what he's trying to do serves us no purpose in the now. Regardless of his reasons, I will be sure to right his wrongs as his brother. I'm sorry you're going through this, Eustace. Right now, our primary focus isn't on him, but the missing prince and princess. That doesn't mean we can afford to turn a blind eye to Crossbellmind. I'm just not sure whether the crisis there and the disappearance are connected in any way. But whatever the answer is, when our focus inevitably turns to him, you won't be alone in confronting him. So don't try running off alone, alright? Don't worry, I wouldn't dare. I'm well aware that there's only so much I can do alone. Good, because your friends are here to help you in times of need, and you definitely need us here. We're always here for you, Eustace. Well then, should we get back to gathering information? That would be wise. The more we can find, the better. Let's go, go, go! Me and the little bunny are ready to go. Indeed, we can't let the rest of Class 7 be the only ones working hard. And I'll be here for whatever you need. Fairy berry! Ice cream. What else we got here? Just that? Okay. Oh. Right. I actually have to go this way to get out of the, plaza. To the main street. Ooh. Big nasty crack in the back there. Anyway, I enjoy the new art they made for Class 7. Really cute. Yeah, let's go with this party for the time being. Sorry, Elliot, you are totally getting the ignore. Alright, what do we have here? Pneumatic coats and nomadic boots. I mean, they gave me 10% evasion with this, so I might as well put it on some people, right? Oh right, they unequip all my stuff. I forgot about that, so I actually have equipment to put on people. I want to make sure everyone has at least something to wear. It looks like Jurai wants independence too. Alright. Well. What else can we find here? The Orbital Factory. Classic. Can anyone in party upgrade slots? I wish I had more Wind Sepith for, get that extra slot for people, but whatever, that's fine. Another big order from another client. Seems a little strange, but hey, I'm getting paid, so who cares, right? Ah, it's Wayne's dad, Chief Warrant Officer Brighton. Looks like you're patrolling the capital. Is everything okay? As you can see, things are as peaceful as ever. Even the tourists have returned. There haven't been any big incidents as of late. Well, other than the Crossbell situation making front page news. Ah, yes. Instructor. Yeah, it doesn't seem like the military police have been informed about the situation with His Highness Receiv's proclamation. So everything really is being kept under wraps, then. Thank you for speaking with us. If anything changes, please let us know. But of course. I assume this is part of your special ops. Good luck, everyone.
Business as usual here, even with the prince gone MIA.
The information blackout will only last for so long. We need to find a lead soon.
Agreed. We'll need to give this place a thorough look.
Alright, let's see if we can buy a new copy of the Imperial Chronicle. Yes. Imperial Chronicle special issue. It's mine now. Fish and tartar time. Hell yeah, it is. Anyway, let's check the weapon and armor store. Doc Papillon. That's a significant drop in arts. I don't think I'm going to be putting that one on Elise. Although it does poison and blind, which is cool, but yeah. I kind of use her as like a, as an all-ranger, so. Yeah, her arts is actually like on par with Elliot's, so. I think it's best to leave that as is. Ceramic coat's all defense, and then it's just stuff. Okay. Ammo and maintenance oil have been selling like hotcakes lately. Hey, weapon maintenance is a good habit to get into, so I'm glad they're doing it. I swear, they've bought enough weapons to, like, start an army or something. I sure hope that's not actually happening. That would be terrible. Just terrible. Alright, let's see what's going on at the department store here. Alright, fine, I will buy some rando ingredients. Just so I have it on hand. Like, you know how it goes. We aren't importing products from Crossbell at this time, obviously. Let's have the bookstore. A Kagemaru bookmark. I'll take that. As well as the newest chapters of Moonless Morn. Arg! You wouldn't believe what I had to put up with. Folks accused me of faking it to get out of the draft. My back's been starting to feel a little funky again. I should probably get that looked at, huh? Oh no. Can his back tell when, you know, bad shit's going down? That'd be wild. Anyway. Just some items, don't really need that. Here's the general goods store. Sure, the Empire may have started the war, but leave it to the Republic to demand reparations at the most opportunistic of times. And it sure hasn't done any favors for the Empire and its influence over other countries. How could a man of the Empire not feel disgraced, given that we've been at odds with the Republic for so many years? Where did our glory shovel off to? Our ancestors must be rolling in their graves right now. Prismatic macarons. Okay, sure. Oh, it's Harg. Harg again. I talked to you already. Oh, it's Alan and Bridget. Let's say hi. Is that Alan? Bridget? Hey, Reen. Fancy running into all you here. It's been a while, hasn't it? Alan and I were just enjoying some quality time together between one of his missions. Sorry to interrupt. So, does that mean the army's been keeping you busy? Pretty much. The armor divisions have been stretched thin due to be scaled back. I'm doing everything I can to reduce the load on General Craig and Lieutenant Colonel Neidhart. I still owe him a lot after the war. That's why I volunteered to travel around the Empire to serve as a Panzer Soldat drill instructor and work on communications missions. The whole reason I'm in the capital today was to make a report. It's about something that supposedly affects all the divisions. Seems a little shady to me, but we're covering all our bases just to be safe. What causes you to find it suspicious? I don't think he's allowed to share that. I'm not, but I wouldn't be surprised if you guys ended up finding out on your own. Don't be surprised if the Imperial Army reaches out to you when the time comes. Hearing that just makes me more worried about what they have you doing. Even the nobility has been stressed this year with many families reorganizing their territory. My family's been helping coordinate. Father's been so busy that I've had to help him, which means it's even harder for Alan and I to make time to see one another. It helps knowing that we'll finally be able to hold our wedding once things calm down. No shit, I bet that's a motivator. I suppose it's about time you two tied the knot. Congrats again. Thanks, man. Finally feel like I'm a man worthy of being by Bridget's side after leaving the war behind. I don't plan on letting that change between us between now and the big day. Oh, Alan! Based on what we've heard so far from Alan and Emily, the Armored Divisions and Air Force are both preparing for some sort of top-secret mission. Given the current situation in Erebonia, that must mean... So yeah, just doing your rounds and talking to people gets you some bonus RP. Greg. Oh, that reminds me. Blah, 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 blah. Alright. Just some Imperial tea. Spill the tea, fam. For the love of God, don't spill the tea. Oh, it's Sabrina. She's normally hanging out in Leaves, but she's actually here in the capital for once. I've been so busy lately that I haven't even had a chance to visit Lisa's cafe. Frankly, there's not even time to sit down for a coffee when you're raking record profits on the regular. It all started during the war. See, I used my car to help evacuate some capital folks. We ended up talking insurance, one thing led to another, and lo and behold, they all signed on. Things have been snowballing ever since. Can you blame them when the future's so uncertain? So yeah, oh, business is booming. Oh, but oh, what I'd do for a nibble of Liza's latest bread. Look, just go out and go see your girlfriend, Sabrina. That's all you need to do. It's not that hard. I mean, maybe it is. I mean, it's like a 30-minute train ride. It's not that hard. If you really want to make the effort to go see your girlfriend, you can do so. My word! What could the former Governor General possibly be thinking? The idea of unifying the continent is nothing but a pipe dream, in my opinion. Plus, I really doubt he plans on going to war with the Empire. I don't know what he's plotting, but I wish he wouldn't drag the rest of us into it. No, Mulder, you're the one who's supposed to know what's going on. You're supposed to give us the weird explanations like, it's Bigfoot, or it's aliens. Also, holy crap, the Imperial Chronicle looks like it's going crazy right now. Well, if it isn't Class 7.
I had no idea you were in the capital. Hey, Misty guys! We weren't expecting to run into the two of you here either. Oh, is this a bad time? Everyone here looks really busy. Ah, don't worry about that. I was just in the mood for a break anyway. Besides, there's no other way to get hot scoops than talking to you, Reen. Although I'm guessing your sister would have plenty of goss to share too, being the student council president and all. Oh, I wouldn't be so sure about that. Oh, and I'm definitely asking to interview you at some point, Ash, so keep an eye out for that. I think we all know what that will be about. Seriously, can't we just drop that? Yeah, I think that one's gonna stick with you. Either way, I think we've made you stand for long enough. There's some chairs for meetings and the like over there. Why don't we go and sit down? Also, hi, Oat. Welcome to the stream. If I haven't said that already. I'm a little tired myself, but, you know, it's just how things go. If you don't mind me asking, what brings you here anyway, Linde? I thought you were still doing your residency over at St. Ursula. I am, technically. After I finished helping out the branch campus, I started another year of study in Crossbell. But while I was here in Heimdall for a training session, Crossbell got occupied, so here I am. That would explain it. So obviously she decided to come spend some time with her favorited sister in the whole world. She's helping with clerical work as a part-timer right now. Well, ain't your company a bunch of bleeding hearts? Well, even if they said no, I was just gonna make her pretend to be me. Either way, I win. That sounds very illegal. I wouldn't put it past her for a second, though. Still, I don't think anyone saw this coming. The former Governor General's suddenly declaring himself Supreme Leader of Crossbell? That's a shocker. Craziness you saw when you came in here is everyone trying to get a special issue ready about it all. Still, it's somewhat strange how little the general population's been reacting to the news. Everyone seems shockingly calm. I've been getting that impression during my time in the capital, too. I imagine it's due in part to the fact that no one's able to communicate with anyone over in Crossbell. Maybe that lack of immediacy is what's keeping the reality of the situation from sinking in. Has the Chronicle conducted any opinion polls on the issue? We sure have. And I gotta say, I was surprised by what people thought the Empire should do in light of all this. Most people responded that we should try to avoid any major conflicts. That is somewhat surprising. Given the recent history of Erebonia, I would have assumed more people would respond belligerently. Maybe people are finally sick of war. That would be my take as well. The Battle of Jormungand may have only lasted one entire day, but the economic toll of the reparations and the mental toll on those who are conscripted cannot be ignored. It's taken half of a year for us to get to the point where life's finally starting to go back to normal, too. Indeed, people are still focused on securing their own livelihoods. Of course, that's just your average Erebonian's take on the issue, and not the government's stance. But neither the government nor His Majesty have cleared things up on that front yet. I've tried asking the military for a statement a few times, but no dice. Now that I'm not surprised by. Still, thanks for the information. I feel like I have a better grasp on the situation now. You're very welcome. Now then, Reen, Hot Scoop Schwarzer, why don't you tell me about how your little investigation is going? And don't play dumb. I know all about it. You do? Did they ask you to assist with the search of Evie? Not quite. See, I caught wind of it from a fellow reporter a little while back. It was just a rumor at that point, but I got right to work trying to corroborate it. I hit up every source I had, from other reporters to fellow Thor's alumni like Adel, Fee, and Monk. Eventually, Major Claire realized I was hot on the story. And let's be real, at that point she didn't have any other options other than reaching out to me herself. So that's how I know. Well, that's really something. From anyone else, that story would surprise me, but from you, Vivi? I suppose the last thing anyone wants is an uninformed, hearsay-based version of that story getting out. Yeah, the true version's bad enough. The information was shared with me too because I'm helping Vivi out. Unfortunately, I don't think we know any more than you do yet. Yeah, but if we catch word of anything, you'll be the first ones to know. so give us a call if you catch word of anything yourselves. Alright, will do. Alright. Well, we know that something's going down. And it ain't good. Alright. I don't have anywhere else I need to gather information from, do I? And just like that, we got the band back together. I guess so. So, any luck gathering info? Yes, now would be a good time to compare what we found. In that case, how about we meet at the cafe inside the department store? Great idea. Let's head there now.
Am I imagining things?
Probably not.
Is something the matter?
No, it's nothing.
I just get the feeling like somebody's watching me. I can't get no privacy. It's a little early, but heck, I'm down for lunch. Forget tea time. How about we take meal time? Milliam, I think you've eaten enough. More than enough. A call? Representative Regnitz. Greetings, Reed. My apologies for contacting you out of the blue like this. I was wondering if, by chance, you might have met with the rest of Class 7 by now? We did get together with the investigation group in the capital not too long ago, in fact. I take it you have some idea of what's going on with us? More or less, but not like when the Intelligence Bureau was under direct control of the government. Man, it's wild that we have a direct line to the head of government, huh? About that, there's a matter of utmost importance I must discuss with you all. Assuming you haven't eaten yet, I'd love to discuss it over lunch. Great timing. Let's all grab a bite together. It'll be our pleasure. Much appreciated. I'll be waiting at the De Himmel Hotel in the Garnier district. Oh, and please don't feel rushed. I have plenty of time. Alright. Thank you, as always. Representative Regnitz wants to discuss something with us directly? Perhaps he's learned something pertaining to the incident. Either way, I think we can count on something juicy. Der Himmel, right? That's a fancy hotel in the Garnier district. Lunch at a hotel, huh? Consider me pumped! How about you, Eustace? Please, I'm begging you, don't forget your table manners. It seems we still have a bit of free time. It would be best to tie up any loose threads now while we have the chance. Right, this could be a golden opportunity to investigate the Garnier district. Once we're all set, let's head to the hotel. Okay, now the game wants us to go places. But I'm going to take a quick little break here. I'll be back in like 3 to 5 minutes. Just need a stretch, bathroom break, all that sort of stuff, so I'll be back. Better pause on the stream.
Alright, I'm back. I hope everyone got their stretch break in, bathroom break, whatever else you needed to do. I got myself ready to go, got my water filled up, got an extra can of pop, and yeah, I should be good to go for another couple hours, I think. So let's get going to the Garnier district, shall we?
I don't sense anyone following me now. So why did I sense it before?
Did something happen, Rean?
Being chased by ghosts. Strawberry crepe. Or as Feb would say, a strawberry crab. Don't eat the crabs, everyone.
There's the Opera House. Remember when we used to only know Vita as a singer here, Elliot?
Her world felt so far away, but now we've been on the same stage. They actually invited me to come back too, so I'll save you guys a seat.
Oh, hell yeah.
Nice, looking forward to it.
Elliot's really moving up in the world. He gets to play everywhere. The Azure Diva's still MIA. As she should be. Naturally, we're not allowed in here. Yeah, it's easy to forget that somehow she was a opera diva who was in disguise using the exact same name she did in her witch's village, and Emma had no freaking clue. Oh, that's wild. I mean, I headcanoned a solution to that, but, like, it's wild.
The
That's
jewelry
the
they got inside these babies is always so pretty. Pretty enough to buy for me. Right, you sis?
Ask me again in a decade.
You got it, sugar daddy. I'm gonna hold you to it. Just don't go broke so you can splurge on me.
You're ridiculous.
The way they interact is so sweet.
I don't know about that, but I mean... he's not saying no. He totally just wants to spoil her rotten. Remember when Phantom Thief B got me? Never again. I swear. Sale of jewels has taken a hit since the war? Yeah, typically. Alright, I will buy the Michette tiara. Don't know who to put it on, but I'll buy it. Everything else, though, way too expensive. By quite a bit. Oh, good day. Pardon me, but that uniform tells me you're from Thor's. That's right. Is there something you needed from us? Not at all. It's just that I share something of a connection to the Academy. A few years ago, Phantom Thief B stole the Crimson Tiara, a national treasure, and Thor's students actually got it back. Quite some time has passed since then, but looking at all of you reminded me. Wait, wasn't that during our field studies? Yeah, brings back some wild memories. I think that was our very first encounter with Phantom Thief B. My word! You're those very students? I was on a different field study, so I'm afraid I wasn't present. But from what I heard at the time, it was rather difficult for all of you to solve his riddles. You guys act cool now, but even you were wet behind the ears back then, huh? Yeah, we've come a long way. What an incredible coincidence this is. I really can't thank you all enough for whatever you did back then. Please, if I can ever help you get in here, let me know. Wow. If I can ever help you out, let me know. Alright, the Crimson Tiara is still here. I wonder... I mean, I guess it makes sense to keep it on display in a jewelry store because it is jewelry. But if you have no intention of selling it, why would you not have it in display at, like, a museum or something? I don't know. Just thinking out loud here. Gonon? What kind of name is Gonon? Ah, alright, they use it for special events. Which begs the question, why is it in a jewelry shop and not in a place where they could have, like, Imperial security guarding it? I don't know. Kind of feels like something you wouldn't want to privatize. Just saying. Oh. Oh! I remember her. She was the one with the cat. You guys are Emma's friends, right? They are. Fancy seeing you here, Class 7. It's been a while since we've talked, hasn't it? Hello, and I'm so sorry, but I'm not sure we've met. These two live in Erin Village, where Emma's from. Well, in my case, I'm a wandering witch who works outside of the village. Ever since Nina qualified to be one herself, we've been visiting different places while I teach her more about the outside world. After all, she might end up following Emma's footsteps and be asked to travel forth for her own assignments. Her little brother, Alberio, is doing the same thing. Euclid is the one showing him around now, I think. Congratulations then, Nina. You're one step closer to becoming a full-time wandering witch like you wanted. Aw, thank you, Altina. I'm so excited. It's amazing how many people there are out here, and how lively they all are. This world is so bright and shining. At least, that's how it usually is. Sometimes it seems like they get real gloomy, too. I wonder why. And there's the million-mirror question. Yeah, if I can put into words, I can sense multiple sources of mana that feel somehow murky. It's not as strong as it was during the Twilight, though, so that makes it hard to pin down their source. Yeah, that's exactly how it feels. You're so smart, Marjorie. Interesting. Then at the very least, there's clearly something going on, even if we can't say what it is yet. Thanks for letting us in on what you know. We'll be sure to keep a close lookout for anything that's suspicious. Okay, good luck, guys. Cute. Alright. Let's go talk to Carl. Not Imperial Representative Regnitz. We're talking to Carl. Entering the hotel will cause the main story to advance. Heimdall will become inaccessible, as will any sub-events yet to be seen. I mean, I saved a few minutes ago, it's fine. I'll just make a new save when I am forced to either go on another route or start the TRC.
Thank you for coming.
Not at all. Thank you for inviting us.
I have to ask friends, where does Carl rank on the Dilf scale? I think in terms of trail stats, he's actually probably pretty low. Though, I'm sure some people are into it. I don't know. I feel like Victor has, like, the most. Like, everybody loves Victor. Or Cassius. Like, those two are probably, like, the top tier Dilfs and trails. Also, Alphen's here, and I'm just, like, kind of ignoring her. But, you know, that's fine to do that every once and again. We're talking Dilf ratings here, and Dilf ratings are very important.
I'm so happy I get to see your faces again.
Your Highness.
What brings you here, Your Highness? I should very much be asking you the same thing. All this, and you're being forced to place yourself in harm's way for my brother.
I'm so sorry for not consulting you first.
Yes, as you ought to be. I'm your best friend.
Please replace best friend with girlfriend, and everything makes 10% more sense.
I could have thanked you much sooner, Elise, had you not kept this a secret from me.
Then you won't stop me?
Stop you? Heaven forbid. As soon as Representative Regnitz informed me of the details, I chose to accompany him of my own volition. I cannot bear to ignore a matter that involves my family. So please, let me do my part. Let me be part of your team.
I'd like that very much.
You've always been a part of the team, Your Highness.
Aww.
Well, this has come to a fine resolution, but it won't do to begin discussions on an empty stomach. Why don't we have some lunch first?
You won't hear any objections from me.
Just make sure you share some of that wine sitting in the corner
I
there.
could definitely use a bite.
That really hit the spot. I can hardly believe you finished it all. Your stomach really is a void. I'd like to see who could eat more between you and Maya. I can't blame you, though. The quality of a first-class hotel's food is not to be underestimated. Yeah, I didn't think I'd get to come to a place like this on my food tour. You must have really, really liked it too, Tilly. You ate a ton. Well, I'm a growing girl, just as much as you. Well, I'm glad you both enjoyed it. Shall we all get down to business, then? First, I want to discuss the disappearance of the prince and new princess. With what we have now, we believe it to be the work of a terrorist who goes by C. I wish we could say more about them, but I'm afraid we know very little. Just that they're a leader of a so-called reborn Imperial Liberation Front. They also look slightly different from the C we dealt with in the past. Speaking of which, I'd like your take on the matter, Reed. Do you believe the new C and the original C are one and the same? I'll admit that I haven't been able to get in touch with Crow to confirm for sure. But I'm convinced that no, they are not the same person. I was thinking the same. This new one has mimicked the original style in their statement, but I think Crow has left those days behind for good. It's a relief to hear you feel that way. Seems like a safe bet, yeah? As for the contents of their statement, they refer directly to His Highness. Our first target was the foolish prince and his wings now bound to inaction. That does make it quite clear that they were responsible for the abduction. I would assume wings refers to the courageous? Vast as the Empire is, how they're able to keep a ship of that size hidden from sight is quite the mystery in itself. Yeah, it might have stealth capabilities, but that can only go so far on its own. It's impressive they managed to keep their location from the Intelligence Division, even if it isn't at its former size. Me and Tilly are still in it, though. So, you heard any new statements from C? I'm afraid not. That's the only one. We've been trying to investigate this matter as best we can, but our foe is quite cunning. They won't let themselves be caught so easily. If only. Given the nature of this crime, we'll need to be exceptionally covert during our investigation. But naturally, the government cannot and will not leave this case unsolved. You'll have our full backing however you choose to go about this. If you're in need of the military police's assistance, you need only ask. Thank you, Your Excellency. Next, I'd like to discuss my primary reason for summoning you here. That be the information you said you wanted to share when you called. That it would. This information was given to me by General Van Dyke, but Princess Alphen and Elise have also verified it with their own experiences. Really? Does this relate to the thing you were concerned about when we met up with Elliot? Yes, it does. Allow me to explain. The students of St. Astraea come from many a different background. We have many with family in the military, including officers and generals. That in itself isn't a problem. What is that many of these military family members have been reportedly acting strangely of late. In what way? I remember hearing rumors about that when I was at the school, too. Most of them are seemingly reformists and young officers who idolize the late Chancellor. It's as if they refuse to settle back into normality after the war's end. They're still addressing each other with deep aggression, and are clearly very unhappy with the current state of the Empire. But the thing that concerns us most of all is their reaction to Crossbell's reoccupation. They aren't at all angry with the idea of a united nation. It's the opposite, in fact. They're in full support of it. That is not good. That's an understatement. What utter insanity! The success of a united nation would also mean the end of Erebonia. Precisely. I am a reformist, but supporting such an extreme concept is nothing short of baffling to me. According to General Van Dyke, some of them have been showing worrying signs of plotting something in light of this. Exactly what that something is in detail, he has yet to confirm. That kind of ties up with what me, Eustace, and Elliot found out too. Yeah. Oh? Could you tell me what you've discovered? The group shared their findings with Representative Regnitz. Soldiers holding covert meetings in the city, large amounts of supplies disappearing. It wouldn't surprise me if members of the army were defecting to the Ebon Defense Force. I think we need to look into potential points of contact between them. Agreed. I think we've also got a clearer picture of what's been going on here after sharing all we know. If we put the pieces we currently have together, the muck and mire that gathers in the Vermilion City from C's statement refers to defecting members of the army. That makes sense. The statement did mention that it would see those who supported the United Nations pay for their crimes. Guess it's all fallen into place then. If there really are rebels in the army, and punishing them is C's goal, then who we find first doesn't really matter, because the other will be there. How convenient for us. Yeah, sure is. I'm glad I was able to help put you on the right track. Class 7 always comes through in the end. Your Highness? Pardon me, you don't have to worry. I'm hardly the only one for whom life is difficult right now. I'm sure that if I were to ask you to rest, you wouldn't listen. But please, at least be a little gentler to yourself, Your Highness. But the great mental burden of not knowing whether family is safe and well is not to be underestimated. Them being missing also means you have to carry on with the work that would normally be given to them. You are going through too much for one to handle right now. If you are feeling at all unwell, we would like for you to consider taking some time off. I couldn't possibly. I'm in full agreement. Taking care of yourself is much a part of your duties as working. While you do that, we'll see to it that these crimes are solved. You have our word. I'll do what I can in your stead. And I will see that Prince Olivert and Lady Scheherazade are brought home as soon as possible. You can put your trust in us. I suppose you're right. Perhaps resting is as much part of my duties as well.
My heart is breaking for you, Your Highness. No one should have to handle a burden like this alone.
Reen? You're staring.
Oh, I'm sorry. That wasn't my intention.
It wasn't my intention to scold you either. I'm well aware that you're being considerate of my feelings, and I appreciate it.
I'm glad.
And you won't have to worry, Your Excellency. We're still not sure exactly how the situation stands in Crossbell, but I'm sure Machias is just fine. I concur. It'll take more than this to make him lose heart. Thank you both. I've also put similar faith in my son. I'm sure he's doing everything he can on the inside to see justice prevail. As are Elisa and Toa. I think we all feel the same way. They ain't got nothing to worry about as long as they have Supermaid with them. And we're a whole super crew, so if they got things covered, then so do we. That's right. Thank you all for your time. I'm glad we could exchange information. It was a very worthwhile meeting. Well, we ought to make our way back to the palace. Be careful on your journey, everyone. And I'm counting on you, Elise. Thank you, Your Highness. Good luck. I'm always available if you need to get in touch. Should we get going too, then? Yes, let's. Alright. Onward and upward. Something feels strange. Choosing to continue will cause the main story to advance. It will also not be possible to go any further in Reen's story for a brief period. Is something wrong? It's probably nothing, I'd just gotten a weird feeling. It feels like something is in my pocket that wasn't there before. What is this? Huh, that's a weird looking mirror. Since when did you carry one of those around? Since never. This isn't mine. It just ended up in my pocket somehow. Are you certain? I doubt anyone could slip something into your pocket without you noticing. Yeah, nothing gets by you, Rean. I don't have a clue how this got there, but there has to be a reason behind it. Though I can't imagine it connects in any way to the prince's disappearance or what's happening in Crossbell. What? What's happening?
The conditions have been met. The road to where all may gather, to where destiny avails itself, just at the horizon, is open. Come, and sink into an illusion that mirrors the real world and extols its endless possibilities.
Surprise! We're going somewhere else entirely now. Welcome to the biggest time sink in this game, baby. You could spend literal days doing everything in here. What just happened? What? Where are we? It's some sort of white garden. I've never seen anything like it. Getting the feeling there's more of this place than meets the eye, too. I mean, what kind of garden's surrounded by floating books? Yeah, I'm not sure where we are, but it doesn't feel like the world we know. How did we even get here to begin with? That's a good question. I can't fathom how we came here either. In fact, I can't recall what I was doing before I ended up here at all. I feel as though we were all together the moment before we arrived, but beyond that, I haven't the slightest clue what happened. Well, this is just great. It's like something's blocking out my memories of before we got here. Actually, it's worse than that. It's not just my memories of right before. It's gotta be a pretty good reason I was hanging around you guys, but beats me what it is. Well, at least we're all on the same page about that. I feel fuzzy too. I've been trying my best to recall what I was doing earlier today, but nothing's coming to mind. My best guess is that we were working together for some reason, but I'm not sure why. Regardless of how we got here, I think it's safe to assume it's affected our memories somehow. Agreed, and standing around being confused isn't going to answer any of our questions. I think we should have a look around and see what we can find. So do I. If nothing else, we need to know whether this garden is safe. We may find clues as to how we arrived here as well. Sounds like we got a plan then. Oh, and don't forget there's 2 floors to this place. Let's check them both out. A large sphere is floating in the air. What could this be? I'm not sure. I've never seen anything like it. The pattern on its surface kind of resembles the one on this place's walls. It being placed on a platform in the middle makes it seem important too. It doesn't appear to be actively doing anything, at the very least. Yet another mystery to be solved. Let's just push it to the back of our minds for now, and remember that it's here. A stone pillar. Think it's some kind of device? It does seem that way. There's another one over there as well. That probably holds some significance. Let's go check it out. This one's pretty similar to the other, but something's different about it. The mysteries continue to pile up. Must be some reason that there's two of them. Yeah, it's safe to assume they're connected in some way. Likely related to whatever this place's purpose is. Only we knew whatever the heck that is. Hopefully we'll figure something out if we keep looking around. Good old stone monument, huh? Now it's starting to come together. You figured something out? Yep, I'm 100% certain now that I don't have a clue what's going on. 3 years later and he hasn't changed a bit. We're right back to square one. It's a globe on some kind of pedestal. I can only assume that this is meant to be used for something as well. Something important by the looks of it. No reaction at all. Yeah, whatever this thing is, it's not on at the moment. Looks like a relic or something, given the feel of this place. Hard to say for sure, though. Now that you mention it, this garden does resemble an ancient ruin of sorts. There's just one problem with that theory. Yeah, everything seems too new. There's not a speck of dust on this pedestal. Looks like it was made 5 minutes ago. Then why isn't it active? I can think of several possibilities, but they're all just conjecture. Guess we should keep looking around. Is this some kind of door? Yes, and it's unusually large. I wonder what it's doing here. It looks entirely out of place. You can say that about the books floating around, too. I've been thinking about those ever since we arrived. There's something about them that's very disturbing. No kidding. What's stranger is I can't make out any of the titles in the books no matter how hard I look, either. That's a mystery in itself. Have you tried using binoculars, maybe? A strange monument stands before you. It doesn't react to being touched. I know this is a garden, but part of me still wasn't expecting to find a tree. Yes, let alone one as splendid as this. It seems so out of place here. Looks like some kind of broadleaf tree. Never seen one with leaves, bark, or branches like this before, though. It's like something else entirely got reshaped in the form of a tree. That's an interesting perspective. Now I'm even more confused. Let's just agree there's something unusual about it. Though that doesn't make it any different from the garden as a whole. We can't rule out it being placed here for more than just decoration. Unless my eyes are playing tricks on me, I'm pretty sure it's glowing too. The more we explore, the more mysterious this place seems to be. I suppose all we can do is keep poking around and hope everything becomes clear. Alright. Down the staircase we go. And we got one last place to check out. A strange barrier is blocking the way. Doesn't look like we'll be able to get through here. That's unfortunate. I'm curious to know where that elevator leads. It's not active right now either way. No use worrying about it right now. Maybe we'll figure out how to get past this thing later. And now we just actually have to check what's behind us. That mirror is enormous! And it looks remarkably similar to this one. You're right, as though the smaller mirror is a fragment of the larger one. Come to think of it, I'm surprised I can remember you even having that mirror. I do too, although I can't remember what it is or why Lloyd has it. Actually, did you work something out? I wouldn't go that far, unfortunately. I just remembered something that's common in Eastern folklore. It said mirrors with evil spirits in them can cause strange phenomena. It made me wonder if this mirror perhaps has some kind of strange power in it. And if that's how we were all brought here. That's pretty spooky, but it's as good a guess as any at this point. This place is so weird that I couldn't rule out anything as a possibility. Yeah, I can feel something strange coming off it, but it's not doing anything now for at least. Maybe it'll kick on if something, or we do something else around here. Are you saying it could have conditions? If that's the case, discerning those conditions could be our key to getting out of here. Let's continue to have a look around then. The four investigated the area further, but weren't able to find anything useful. Eventually, they returned to the plaza where they first arrived to discuss their next move. I think we've seen everything there is to see around here. Fortunately, I still don't have a clue what this place is. Likewise, everything we've inspected has just left us with more questions. I just wish we still had our memories back from before we came here. I imagine that would fill in several gaps for us. Still, it's not as though we haven't learned anything useful at all. For one, we know that this place was created by someone or something. True, it's definitely weird enough to not seem real, but I think it's safe to assume it has some kind of purpose. Beyond that, we know it resembles some kind of garden or ruin, but it's anyone's guess as to what it was intended to be. There's also all those devices we came across, but none of them are active. So that leads us right back to square one. Let's agree that each detail is going to be useful information in trying to learn more. Above all, we need to learn why we're here.
A new story is in motion. Your fate is but one thread intermingled with many. Now, rise from your slumber.
Was that a memory? Are you alright, Lloyd? Something came to me just now. Do you guys remember hearing a voice before just coming here? Or just before coming here? A voice? Wait, now that you mention it, I do faintly remember hearing one. There was something strange about it. Yeah, I kinda remember it too, but still pretty fuzzy. I wonder. You mentioned being just one thread among many. Does that mean... That sound! I remember hearing it before we came here. You gotta be kidding. Gah. Where are we? What the heck's going on? I don't recognize this place at all. Whoa! What just happened? Did we fall into some kind of teleportation spell? No, that wouldn't add up. Reen! You were called here too? Lloyd? Right, I feel like someone or something brought us here. That's all I can remember. It's strange. I can't remember what we were doing at all a few moments ago. Me neither. What's really weird is it doesn't feel like I was in any sort of panic. I feel like everything was normal. Hell's going on here? Were we even together before this? I could have sworn we'd all split up. Can't say for sure, but that's what my instincts are telling me as well. That sounds remarkably similar to what we went through. I'm guessing we essentially experienced the same thing. The only difference is they had split into two parties, but we were still called at the same time. I think the most logical thing to do now is swap all the info we have. So you suddenly found yourself in possession of a strange mirror you've never seen before and heard a voice. You're right. That's what happened to us too. How did we experience the exact same thing so far apart? Your guess is as good as mine. Even us being unable to remember where we were before is the same. I would ordinarily refuse to believe such a bizarre sequence of events, but it's impossible to refute so much hard evidence. My top concern is understanding the why rather than the how. There must be a reason why we specifically were the ones brought here. I know what you mean. This is the last way I expected to see Lloyd and Ellie again. Yeah, I wasn't planning on a sudden reunion, but it's good to see you again. I'm sorry it's not under better circumstances, but it's good to see you again, Yuna. Same here. Yuna continues to be a social butterfly, even in the strangest of situations. Well, that just goes to show how genuine she is. That's certainly the real Yuna. Still, if not a single one of us remembers what we were doing, or where we were before we were called here... Yeah, that's gotta be by design. Something about this place blocks the recent memories of anyone who comes here. What other explanation can there be? But how can that be possible? Beats me, but let's face the facts. It's the only thing that makes sense. I agree, it's the only reasonable explanation. Regardless of how we got here, we have to accept that this place is very unusual. Easier said than done. No, he's right. Let's move past that, focus on the bigger picture. We must consider what we should do next. My first instinct is to search for an escape route so we can return back to wherever it is we were. But you all said you didn't have any luck during your investigation, yes? I'm afraid so. Hold up. What was that? Alright, looks like everything turned on now. Well, what do you know? Looks like Class 7 coming here may have been one of the conditions. Conditions? Oh yeah, you work something out? Maybe, but I'm still only speculating. These mirrors we were given just might be fragments of a bigger whole after all. And if that's the case... Well, I think we have a relatively good idea of the situation we're in now. Though I wouldn't mind getting a look around here for myself before we go any further. Might not help work out who or what is responsible for all this, but I'd like to at least familiarize myself with our surroundings. Good thinking. You said stuff's changed since you wandered around, right? That's an excellent point. We'll come with. I want to see what's changed as well. First off, the tree. Check it out. The tree's glowing. Even the bark looks weird. We thought the same, but it wasn't giving off light like this when we were here before. It feels different somehow. It's as though the tree is springing with vitality now. It reminds me of something from a fairy tale. Oh, do tell. Spirit trees. They're said to have shining branches and leaves, and they're filled with mana that can heal the body and mind. Or at least that's what I recall reading about. Now that I mention it, you used to read those kinds of things all the time, didn't you? I suppose it does look something like that. Great, just what we need. More magical bullshit. But what if it does have the same properties as the trees Elise described? Then it would help us out a lot. It's worth giving it a shot. I would say that was an accurate deduction. That's a relief. We still don't know what it is, but at least we know it can heal us. I've never seen anything like it in nature. Neither have I, but at least we have somewhere to return to if we're injured. Knock on wood, but yeah, you're right. Get it? Because it's a tree? Ha ha. I'm sorry. I'm not. This device is activated as well. It's a little foreboding. I can make out words glowing on it. The Millennial Trove. Commodities in exchange for currency. What is that supposed to mean? Sounds like it's a vending machine. Guessing it takes Mira. Somehow. That would be convenient. That would. Who knows how long we could be here. Being able to resupply would be a boon. Alright, we found ourselves a shop. The Millennial Trove, was it? I hope its stock lives up to its name. You're all having a much easier time accepting this reality than I am. It does take some getting used to. So, what about the device to the left? Does it serve a similar purpose? I would imagine so. The Blazing Forge. Applied Septian Principles. The description's a little vague, but do you think it's possible for us to modify our orbments here? That would be helpful, and yet... Yeah, this one's even more ominous looking than the other. Maybe because it confirms that there's dangers lying ahead of us. It's that sound again. I'm guessing we managed to satisfy another condition. I wonder what it could be. Well, we turned all the lights on. That's good, at least. And the music, too.
Food process complete. Construction of the Reverie Garden administered space complete. Beginning construction of the Reverie corridor.
Well, well, looks like the party's finally getting started. That voice sounds familiar, too. Indeed. I believe we're about to learn the reason we're here. There were a lot of interesting phrases in what she said. Boot process, administered space, the Reverie Garden. Yes, and most notably, Reverie corridor. I'd be lying if I said it didn't ring a bell. Let's make our way to the central plaza to get a better look at what's changed. That sphere from earlier is active now.
New temporal space forged. This world was constructed by the Black Mirror. Its function is to present trials, allowing you to cultivate the strength to overcome great distortions in your destiny.
The Black Mirror? I'm more concerned by what it means by trials. I'm guessing this thing governs the space we're in. Meaning we were brought here to complete whatever these trials are.
Correct. This process is an emergency measure intended to correct the laws of causality.
Guys, we broke causality. We need to fix it.
Your understanding may be incomplete due to forced limitations placed on your memories. The current sequence of events with Crossbell at its center has originated due to an impossible singularity. At this time, the chances of correcting this singularity are 0. It is for this reason that the Black Mirror has chosen to intervene.
Uh-huh. Does this thing even speak in our language? That confirms that our memories truly are being tampered with. No wonder we couldn't understand what was happening. I'm as lost as anyone else. From the sound of it, though, the Black Mirror's looking out for us. Yeah, and it mentioned something bad happening in Crossbell, too. A lot of what it said flew over my head, but if I understood the gist of it, it's saying that it'll help us fight against whatever's happening in the real world. Now that you mention it, that's how I interpreted it as well. But how exactly is it going to achieve that? An excellent question, especially given that we're not permitted to remember everything that's happening on the outside.
Strength gained here has been approved for use outside of the Reverie corridor. Even if new memories have been denied, challenging the true Reverie corridor to better your strength is required. Only then will the possibility to defy destiny be within your grasp.
Basically, it's a big, giant, hyperbolic time chamber. That clears up some of our suspicions, but there are still some things unanswered. True, but we confirmed something important. This place exists to make us stronger. It's up to us to determine how much strength we gain, and whether we'll be strong enough to change whatever fate has in store for us. That simplifies things if you ask me. Indeed, we're left with only one option. Rise to the challenge, both for ourselves and the homes we came from. And this has just as much to do with us judging it, by it being named the true Reverie corridor. Agreed. I couldn't shake the feeling that this place was slightly familiar to me. Still, we don't know what the true part signifies just yet. Yeah, Reen said the name rang a bell. Sure does. Brings back a lot of memories. Sounds like this version is here to pump us up and get us ripped. It's like our own secret training ground. It could prove rather useful. We all have people and things we want to protect on the outside. Yes, and we know the kind of strength it takes to overcome the impossible. So, let's work together and gain the strength we need.
It is for that reason I and the Reverie Garden exist. Access to the first stratum has been granted. May you seize the ability to overcome the impossible over the course of your trials.
Talk about hospitality. The way is finally open for us. Let's take this opportunity. Right. You may now challenge the Reverie Corridor's first stratum via the central elevator. Select which party members you wish to take with you. Lloyd and Reen are required for your initial exploration of the first stratum. I've got so many choices and only 3 slots. Come on, game. Well, I'm gonna bring Milliam along, because why not? Yuna's a must, and only got 1 slot left. Yeah. I mean, we haven't had a chance to actually use Eustace or Elliot in a fight yet. Elliot might be better for healing purposes, but at that point I'd rather just have Altina. Or Ellie. Let's bring Ellie. Why not? I think this will be fine. Access your party formations for the main story and inside the Reverie Corridor from this menu. The items, Mira, and Seventh belonging to Reen and Lloyd's parties have been consolidated. The contents of their notebooks have also been unified. From now on, any items or notebook data acquired by Reen or Lloyd will be accessible to the other party as well. Looks like everyone's taken the chance to get more familiar with this place. I should probably check to make sure we have everything we need before we begin challenging the Reverie Corridor. I never thought I'd hear that name again, but here we are. Again, this place seems a lot different from them before. Are they really one and the same? Either way, it's pointless to worry about that right now. I need to focus on what's right in front of me and what I can control. We'll now begin exploring the Reverie Garden as Reen. The sphere is no longer responding. The way it spoke made it sound like it had a sense of self. I was thinking the same. I could sense that there was some sort of will behind it. Something about it was familiar. Am I mistaken, or did it say Reverie Corridor? This may be a trial, but its danger is unmistakable. I hope to Adios, Milliam has the good sense not to simply charge forward. Agreed. This is the sort of situation that would lead to her leaping before thinking. We will have to work together to rein her in. Naturally. Listen to us. What unenviable roles we've signed up for, haven't we? I couldn't agree more. You've become quite the caring sister, Altina. And you don't sound very bothered by it, Eustace. It's your imagination. You're imagining it. Aw.
You seem to be doing well.
Altina certainly has grown up, hasn't she? Having watched over Milliam from the very beginning, it does my heart good to see it. And if someone like her can grow, there's no excuse why I can't.
What do you need?
This place is shrouded in mysteries, and it's not only the trials. It being called the Reverie Corridor is especially curious. History repeats itself, and I'm sure we'll need to be ready for whatever comes.
Yes? Is something the matter?
Not that it would do me a lot of good. It seems to be my lot in life to be stuck with her whether I like it or not. At any rate, rest assured, I'll do my best to keep her and her impulsiveness in check. They're adorable.
Central core activated.
Additional information concerning advocated conduct is available. Visitors are advised to conduct themselves in such a manner that better allows the Reverie Corridor to fulfill its intended purpose. A series of criteria have been devised to effectively administer this process, with remuneration provided for successfully completing said criteria. I hate the word remuneration so much, because it looks so similar to remuneration, which also means something very similar. Gah! English, sometimes. I'm not having any easier a time understanding these explanations. I suppose the short of it is that it'll be judging us based on a set of criteria, and rewarding us for meeting that criteria. In that case, I guess we'll just have to do what we can to live up to expectations. About Reverie points and Liberation rank. You'll be rewarded for certain decisions or actions made during the main story with RP, or Reverie points. Your rank will increase after earning a certain amount of RP. You'll be able to claim a valuable reward from the central core each time your rank increases. So yeah, make good decisions, blow things up, etc. Yada yada yada.
Confirming rank points accumulated.
Oh, well,
Liberation rank unchanged.
Aw, man. So close. Mateus 1, Mateus 2. That's all I got for now. You can get more stuff from that later, but for the time being, we're kinda just stuck with that. Oh yeah, there is one thing I want to do. And that is get everyone out of their Class 7 costumes. Why did they make a, like, hold on, I can't even... Yeah, like, why did they just make a model without shoes? I mean, I can guess, but, like, I don't want to say it. But yeah, I'm putting all of Class 7 in their travel wear. Because we're not in class anymore. We're traveling around and doing stuff. Huh. A trial, huh? You mean what that voice said earlier? Yeah, apparently this is a trial to prepare us to overcome whatever it is that's happening in Crossbell. The fact that I can't remember what it is or even question it makes me uneasy. Fine then, I've had enough thinking for one day. If this is all about helping Crossbell, then we just have to do it. She's right. It doesn't matter whether our memories are being restricted or not. Now's the time to put our strengths together and get through this. Well, sometimes simple is best. I hope you don't mind us leaning on Class 7 strength again, Reen. Not at all. We need yours, too.
Millennial Trove activated.
So yeah, as you can see, weapon shop, item shop, all sorts of shops. You can also filter by character item. So instead of worrying about, oh, look at all these weapons, this is ridiculous, what am I going to... This is what you do. Now, it is way too expensive to kit out everybody, but I think at the bare minimum I can at least give my current action squad new weapons. And I don't want to spend a lot on accessories, but I will just have a prevent death blow on Yuna. Ooh, this is, well, actually, this is what I was saying about, like, arts on my arts characters. Like, I think it's fine to replace that, even though the strength goes down a bit. We'll go ahead and give her a new coat, and, why not? Just so I have something on there, because, again, I've gone from, like, 20,000 down to 8,000 just like that. I do not have enough money to keep everybody in the loop. You also buy consumables and ingredients here. As you can see, all my items have bundled together, so now I have a whole bunch of stuff in each thing, which is good. Buy costumes here. Don't have hair colors for everybody, but I will just buy a few for now. And also trade stuff. All my U materials are gathered too, so now I have like 200 of them. And we can trade certain fish for staff buff items, which I've not been using because I've been really bad about this. Anyway, also buy curios here. You may have missed stuff throughout the game, or you know, stuff that's kind of cheap, stuff that's really expensive, like these quartz. I mean, is it a bad idea for me to burn all my money on Yuna's swimsuit? Probably. Is that gonna stop me? You know it wasn't.
Activating requisitions program.
Along with the usual orbital factory functions, you can also deconstruct weapons and armor. Not that I really have too much worth upgrading, I guess that's fair. And I could probably do one more quick buff. Who would need it, though? Altina? Sure. Yeah. Everything else, I'll figure out later. Customize weapons and armor. Wow, I could just, you know, do all that stuff. Wow. Now I feel silly.
Initializing trading process.
Now I feel silly for buying the weapons.
Blazing Forge activated.
Yeah, no point updating what I already have, but like, this is just a matter of turning that into that. I've got you materials to spare, so I don't really feel bad about giving everybody a quick little buff. Customized quartz, we're still kinda not great on these, but whatever. And we don't have breakable equipment yet, so don't worry about that too much. This monument doesn't react yet. And let's see what Elise and Muse are looking at. Those who came from Crossbell told me that this pedestal has been inactive. There's something odd about it. I get something like a warm feeling just from looking at it. I've been wondering if the equipment in front of it serves some kind of greater function, though I think it's best if we leave it alone for now. Sure, though while I have you here, I wanted to say that I intend to provide you support in the corridor. I may not remember exactly what's happening in the real world, but that shouldn't prevent me from fighting by your side. Thanks, Elise. I appreciate it. This place seems to be designed to affect what's happening in the real world, even if we're not allowed to hold on to our memories. How fascinating. So yeah, as they said, we can't interact with the orb, so don't worry about that for now. Also, I wanted to check something. Damn it, Milliam still has the link attack bug. Which makes her kind of worse as a character, because she doesn't have, you know, different buffs for being linked up. But oh well. It'll do. Hello out there! Huh, there's barely any echo here either. This place is so bizarre. I thought I had a handle on this place's size, but it continues to baffle me. I've been dragging to some crazy places over the last year, but this one's toward the top. Sounds like you old-timers have experienced something like this before, though, yeah? We did. We went through a version of the Reverie corridor when we were students, but it was different from this. The circumstances around us entering were also completely different. I don't have a clue why we were brought here this time. I'd love to hear Gaius and Emma's opinions, but they haven't been sucked into all this. Yet, anyway. It could be that there's some conditions that led to us being here. Either way, let's focus on making as much progress as we can with who we have now. Be ready, you two. Seriously, like, you need to tell me that? Behold, a fishing spot.
Want a bite? Nice.
Okay. Dangerously close to breaking the line there. But it's a whopper, baby. Cobra Head. And 360 space 7th. Look, Lecter, there's a bunch of fish in this pond. No kidding. At least you know there's something to live off of for a few days then. You say that, but you don't seem all that fazed by what's happening. We really don't know whether we'll be able to leave yet. What's the point of freaking out over things you can't control? Exactamundo! We just gotta be ready for anything like always. And what's there to worry about with me and Lammy on the case? You got me there. Okay, so you can restore HP and EP. As you progress through the corridor, you can get it to recover more than that. But yeah, it's just a freebie.
Executing recovery program.
May as well use it. It'll restore itself when you get into a certain number of fights in the corridor, so don't worry about it. Is something the matter? No, it's just I still can't believe the person before me is the legendary Yin. Even seeing you in this Eastern attire, it's hard to imagine you as a legendary Zhongsho. Let's just say that's because Yin can take many different forms. I've heard about you from Sully and the SSS. It'll be an honor to fight alongside you. I feel like that should be my line. Hopefully I can learn a thing or two. This monument still isn't reacting. And is that everybody? I guess so. Talk to all 5 groups up top here and the one group down at below. So, let's, yeah, there's nobody else here, is there? Doesn't seem like it. Cool. Let's, proceed with exploration, then. I'm gonna go try and finish off the first round today, and I think that's gonna be my stopping point. So, a little longer stream than the ones I've been doing so far, but I felt like I've had a bit more energy for it. I should probably put Yuna's regular outfit on, shouldn't I? Yeah, I definitely won't be paying attention if I leave it like this. Goddamn. What you doing all caked up on a Thursday night? So, this is the Reverie corridor. Doesn't seem to have any rhyme or reason to the way it's expanding. You guys are acting as if it's nothing new. Well, that's because it isn't. A place like this manifested beneath Thor's main campus's old schoolhouse a couple years ago. That was also called the Reverie corridor. Though something seems different about this one. Doesn't look like this would be anything like our first rodeo. Heard about strange spaces like this from Estelle. Phantasma, she called it. This isn't quite it, though. We should probably assume they're unrelated. Agreed. There are similarities, but we may as well treat this like it's someplace brand new. I know we're only on the first floor, but everything begins with the first step, so let's get moving. Reverie corridor is a unique place. A number of special AT bonuses that demand caution are present in battle. Be wary of letting the enemy get them. So you know all the higher element stuff is...
Let's move out.
...shaken up here. I'm gonna save. Ooh, it had been a while since I saved, so that was a good idea. Oh, that was an organ charging station. I didn't need to do that, but I did anyway.
It's my turn.
Go in.
Smash.
Let's get him.
Also, enjoy the battle music, because it is really good in here.
Break them! Raging hammer!
Oh, I can't get all of them in the shot.
Kane, Gale! Now! There! Right. Zero Breaker!
Pumped up.
I know I said I was gonna
All for one.
swap her out.
And
Swim
one
suit,
for
but
all.
I totally
right?
forgot.
Everyone ready?
I was distracted by the swimsuit.
Go in!
Alright.
Shatter. Warhammer.
Go in!
Alright.
Get lasered!
Well, if you're gonna get lasered, you gotta hit the million.
I'm up. Cut through. It's down. There.
Pumped up. You can't escape. Fire! Wide open. It's your turn.
Okay. Ah! Okay. Ha!
Oh.
It's my turn. Yeah. Yeah. There's no stopping us.
Alright. Putting the travel wear back on. Probably for the best.
We're good to keep moving.
Alright, well there's the exit. Let's not do that. Because we've got other places to explore in here.
Pumped up.
Oh look, more enemies. But also treasure. Ambush zones. Monsters may wait in large groups in dungeons. Rumors have it they guard rare treasures.
Keep your heads clear and engage.
Even rare monsters.
Everyone ready?
Shatter. Warhammer.
Alright, I got a trophy. That is Order Master.
All for one.
And one for all!
All right. Everyone ready?
Huh? There's more?
It's my turn. Kane, Gale! It's down. It's on you, Lloyd.
Got it! Right.
Fierce as fire. Blazing swarm.
Right. They're open!
Got him.
I won't let you!
It's my turn. Huh? Get him!
An opening! Okay! Get him, Lammy! Go!
Again, this is the whole...
It's my turn.
You gotta hit them if you wanna actually, like, fuck them up.
It ends here. More enemies. It's my turn. Yeah.
Okay!
Alright.
Giving it all I got! Swish, swish, kaboom! It broke! Come on!
Understood.
Yeah, I'm still missing a lot.
It's my turn. Shatter. Warhammer.
Let's go get a
My
hit force on Million here.
All for
'cause
one.
This is kinda...
And one for all.
It's kinda like,
Everyone
maybe I
ready?
should just put her on. Especially since he doesn't have blink attacks. Yeah, I should
my
probably
turn.
just put her on the bench for now.
All taken care of.
Alright, that's a 4.1 bonus. I don't get any extras for 4.
Nice.
Because I've already got the one for 3. Alright. New craft. Well, new S-craft.
We need to regroup.
Whoopsies.
Don't give in.
Thanks.
I thought I got all of them, but I guess I forgot one.
It's my turn.
Alright.
Break them! Raging hammer!
Leave it to me. Here I go. Take this. Ah! Now's the time.
An opening! Planning! Times 2! Transform! Spin! Terra Breaker! We won!
Yeah, I'm definitely getting Milliam a hit quartz because she is still super strong. She just is bad at accuracy. Do I have any? Risha has it right now. I'm gonna take your tail away for now, Risha. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll get it back at some point. But yeah, what's your quartz setup like anyway? Skulls, Infinity. Increases potency of healing items. CP increases automatically. Okay, I mean, kind of makes sense as like a tanky character. I think I'm alright with how that goes. I'll actually give her, yeah, I'm actually gonna give her a Mirage Quartz as her backup. She, is also a primary, like, Mirage character. AP Cut should be hit. Like, yeah, sorry. Milliam is not here to cast spells. I mean, her art score is decent, but it's not good. And by decent, I mean it's just kind of like middle of the pack. Like, Lecter's higher, Kurt is a little higher. Actually, Kurt only has 1600. But yeah, Yuna's actually way at the bottom when it comes to art skills. Speaking of things, like, okay, no. I'd rather have break on Yuna than the defense, but like, defense is nice. But again, I'm worrying about those too much. I need more actual quartz before I can be like, oh, let me put some good stuff on.
New thing, get!
Some for Ellie, evasion, and art.
I'll be keeping that.
Alright. These on Ellie. Put this one on Ellie. And, yeah, let's work on my evasion. I think that's a fair to do.
Locked and loaded.
Nice. I'll hold on to it.
This is actually probably better for someone who isn't in our party right now. Yeah. Something's up with that monster. Whatever it is a strong one. We best not let our guard down for a moment. Special monsters will sometimes appear in the Reverie corridor. There's at least one guardian beast on each floor. Be sure you're ready before taking them on. Ooh, they even got a new little sparkly thing. That's cool. But you can't advantage your way into these fights. So.
Look strong! I'm itching to go!
You just have to deal with them in the most rude way possible, I guess.
Spirit unification! It's my turn! Roar! Healing strike! Now!
There! It's my turn.
Pumped up. Burning heart!
Okay! Woohoo! Wide decoration! Go in!
And now they can't do any damage to me,
All
ever.
for one, and one for all! Come on, everyone! There!
Basically turn ourselves into Leonard from Full Metal Panic.
I'm up!
These things do, like, no damage to me. Although they do blind me, which is really obnoxious.
Healing strike! It's down!
There!
Well, at least Lloyd can buff himself
Not
out
on
of
my
that.
watch!
Right.
Yeah, his Burning Heart's actually really strong. Surprise. There we go.
It's my turn. Take this! Get him! All right, everyone ready?
Okay!
Leave it to me! I'm up! Roar! Healing strike! It's down!
There!
Alright.
Go in! Ha! It broke!
There we
They're
go.
mine!
Easy.
Oh wow, you're crazy good!
That's nice, but I've still got a ways to go.
I think that was probably just a generic quote. Which, I mean, makes sense. You can't have quotes for all the characters. I just kind of thought Yuna and Milliam might have something together. Alright, Marine and Yuna, Link level 6, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Guardian Beast defeated. And a blue orb. I'll have to go back and check out what that does.
Locked and loaded.
Alright, we're gonna sub out Milliam for just a little bit.
Oh, that enemy looks like a winner. Watch out! This is a tough one.
Well, that was a new quote. That's cool.
Crimson Flash! It's down!
There!
Here I go.
Break that! Raging Hammer!
It's my turn. Can't escape. Fire!
It's my turn. Zero Breaker!
All right. Stay strong, everyone. I appreciate it.
Uh-huh.
Let's go! Roar!
That wasn't very casual, homie.
Healing strike!
Pumped up. Huh? Get him! I've got you. It's my turn.
Fierce as fire! Blazing sword!
All right.
Right. Zero Breaker!
They're open!
Got him! It's my turn!
Anyway, here's a little trick that's fun for the whole family.
I'm up! Roar! Healing strike! Alright, nice work, team.
Alright, we got a silver one too. We're doing it. We're just collecting all the little shards as we go.
Locked in there!
Let's get him! Cut through! Now! There!
It's my turn. Here I go. Take this! It's my turn. You can't escape. Fire!
Right. I won't let you! Let's go!
That was way too quick.
Crimson Flash! Now! There!
All right. Yeah! They're off guard! They're mine!
It's my turn.
Pumped up! Well, look at that!
Alright.
Nice!
Levels. Unlimited level ups.
This'll come in handy.
Hey, we found the black records. Well, that was handy.
New area? Let me at it!
1S, 2F. Alright, let's go this way first. Let's see what brings us.
Locked and loaded.
Here's our shot!
Break them! Raging Hammer!
All for one!
And one for all!
Everyone, move in!
Yeah!
Pumped up. Take this!
I'm up! Crimson Flash! Now! There!
Leave it to me.
I'm up!
Yuna's not quite a dodge tank yet.
All right. Nice work, team.
I've done it!
Nothing to worry about.
Locked and loaded.
Oh, I see a chest.
Orange cape. Honestly, Reen's more of a dodge tank right now than anyone else in my party is. Alright, let's go.
What's with that light? This is our chance! Shatter! Warhammer!
For one.
And one for all!
Let's go, everyone!
right. Here I go. Take this. Ah! Here I go. Ah! Nice. We did it.
Alright, so not much in the way of experience. However, they do drop some experience up items, so quite handy to have. Make sure to beat them up every time you see them.
Ooh, an opening.
Break them! Raging hammer! Kane Gale! Ha! Now!
There! It's my turn.
Leave it to me. Here I go. You can't escape. Fire!
Rude.
That ought to do it. Yeah, I did it!
Doom.
Locked and loaded.
Ponder the orb.
The way ahead's open.
Alright. So, I didn't see the exit yet.
I wonder who would put that chest there.
But, you know, it's good to see. 7 Nova plus 1. That is a slight upgrade to what we have right now, so we'll take it.
Let's get started.
Kane Gale! Ha! It's down! Let's go, everyone!
Got it!
Copy that! Yes! Fire!
Excellent work, everyone. We did it.
Alright. Yuna's got the HP regen going on right now. And boy, Nellie's Link is a little bit stronger now. So that's good. This probably leads us to a dead end, so let's take care of it.
Watch out! This one's tough!
For what?
It's my turn.
Break them! Raging hammer!
It's my turn.
I do love when I get the feint
All
off.
right. Fire! Now's the time. They're mine. Pumped up. Take this! Get him! I've got you. Time to bring out the big guns.
Oh, sure. Do that. Please, take all the
I'm up.
I insist. I didn't need those anyway.
Crimson Slash! It's down!
There! It's my turn.
Break them! Raging hammer!
Right.
Zero Breaker!
It's my turn. All for one,
And one for all!
Let's go, everyone! Fire!
Let's go! Crimson Slash!
Countering! Pumped up. Nice. We did it.
Whoopee!
Alright. Ultimate Barrier is even stronger now. Oh, there wasn't anything here. Pity. No worries out. I'm just happy that you're sticking around. Ooh, excuse me. Especially since I'm just doing some dungeon crawling and stuff, so not too much to talk about.
Right. Nice! I'll hold on to it.
Getting all the books, which means, for anyone playing Reverie, you have no excuse not to read the books, because they just hand them to you. Although I'm actually going to take another small break right here. Just need to stop by the bathroom. So, I'll be back in just a sec. Alright, thank you for your patience, everyone. Let's go ahead and make one final push. Actually, I think this is final, so this won't be the final push. This is more like the midway point of the first stratum.
Oh, we'll surely be using that.
Yes, that is correct. That is going on Yuna immediately as a replacement for the that thing there. Poison versus more evasion. Yeah. Not too worried about Kurt's accessories. Here, Ash. No. Here, yes. Just making sure everybody has a little something, something, you know? Okay. I'll be more, precise about accessories and stuff at a later date.
Locked and loaded.
That's off-screen stuff.
This is our chance!
Break them! Raging hammer! Kane, Gale!
Leave it to me.
mean, you gotta make those shots.
Stay strong,
work,
everyone!
baby.
Thanks.
Appreciate it. Here I go. Huh? Wide open. I've got you.
Let's go! Yeah! Yeah!
Here I go.
Right! Yeah!
Let's go!
All right.
Oh.
Now's the time. They're mine.
More enemies.
It's my turn. Shatter. Warhammer. Pumped up. Going full tilt. Smash! Time to bring out the big guns.
Right!
Never stop smashing, baby.
Leave it to me.
Break them! Raging hammer!
All right. Here I go. Take this. Ah! Now's the time. They're mine.
It's my turn. Cut through. It's down. It's on you, Lloyd.
Leave it to me! It's my turn!
Whew. That's a lot of status
my turn.
effects.
Yeah! They're off guard. They're mine.
I'm up. Crimson Flash. It's down.
There!
Here I go.
Let's go. It's down.
There!
Alright, finally got the podium.
Every battle shows me why you're such an indomitable force, Detective.
A little bit of stubborn can go a long way.
Aw, man. It's the Blowjob Brothers. About time. Alright. Actually, it should be more like that.
Locked and loaded.
Alright, well, that's the way forward. So, naturally, we will be going all the other ways first. That's just a monster. Don't really care to fight it if I don't have
Locked
to.
and loaded.
Bring it!
But most of the time,
Break
it's
them!
not a choice in the matter.
Raging hammer!
For one.
It's my turn. Going full tilt. Smash!
Ow.
It's my turn. Now! Yuna, follow me!
Yes!
Hey!
All right. Here I go. Take this! Ah! They're off guard!
Got him. It's my turn. Ha! Now!
I've got you!
There we go.
Whew. We did pretty good there.
We were wonderful, weren't we?
Just a generic quote. Kinda wasn't expecting anything else. But I was curious.
That thing looks like bad news.
But it's so cute!
Watch out! This one's tough!
Alright, well, whatever.
Woohoo! By decoration!
All for one?
And one for all!
Let's go, everyone!
Oh, status
Let's go.
effects, huh? Yeah. Can't say I like that.
Here I go. Going full tilt. Smash! Wide open.
There!
Nope.
Right. Zero Breaker!
It's my turn. Stay strong, everyone.
Thanks.
I appreciate it.
It ends here.
Yeah, this might be overkill, but I am status affected, so, like, better safe than sorry.
All taken care of.
More U materials. Keep Guardian Beast, and we get a gold orb. Alright. If I remember correctly, there's 4 types of orbs. Gold, silver, blue, and red. Could be wrong about that, but we'll find out. We'll find out together. This opens up the path forward, so we need to deal with that.
Alright, it should have lifted.
Oh, actually, I lied. Not the path forward, but the treasure chest.
Nice! I'll hold on to it.
Not bad.
Locked and loaded.
It's tough. We'll need to be careful.
Don't care.
Ooh, an opening.
Break them! Raging Hammer!
For one.
And one for all!
Let's go, everyone!
Excellent work, everyone. Nice. That'll do it.
Nice, that'll do it. Well, Clive, looks like
Let's
we can't
not forget to
manhole,
open that
manipulate,
chest.
or mansplain our way out of this one. Manslaughter it is, then. Alright, Composure Shawl. That's pretty good for somebody, I'm sure. Yeah. Yeah, maybe I'll beat this thing up. It might give me something I like.
This one's strong. Be careful.
I didn't have any, doohickeys.
Fiercest fire. Blazing swarm. Kane. Gale!
It's my turn.
Pumped up. Take this! Time to bring up.
I won't let you! Let's go!
Yeah, avoiding Yuna actually isn't a good pairing for link-ups, because if you're using Yuna as a dodge tank,
They're
you
mine.
don't actually want somebody on cover.
All right. Here I go. Take this. Ah! Now's the time. It's all yours.
Leave it to me.
Right. They're open!
They're mine.
Wow, rude.
Let's go.
Break them! Raging Hammer!
Let's go. Spirit unification. Let's go. Roar. Healing strike. That's the power of the 8 leaves.
That did not yield me anything I wanted, so... yeah.
Yes! Now let's go, go, go!
And there's treasure. Red Moon
I'll be
Rose.
keeping that.
Okay. They're really just giving me all the books all at once here. Oh, this was only 4 floors.
That was a good time for a break.
I thought it was more for some reason. Alright. Let's see what slots we can open up. Just one generic from the looks. Well, yeah. I mean, I really shouldn't for Yuna because I'm not going to be getting her for a while, but also she's Yuna and I want to help her out. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. I game my rules. I do what I want. Got some fat cash. Everyone has their weapons upgraded anyway. Not really gonna get much out of strengthening those. So let's rest up, save, and fight this boss. Gold orbs are completely random. The only one that's seeded is the very last one, and the last character you can get is only available once you've gotten everybody else. So, like, yeah, just don't worry about it. Roll them whenever you get them. Whoever you get, you get. It's random chance. So just enjoy what you get. It's not like you can get duplicates or anything in this one. The Cubellion. The Quadrate Possibility.
Watch out! This one's tough!
Freeze silver. Rude.
Don't give up!
Thanks. It's my turn. Break them! Raging Hammer! It's my turn.
I'm up! Cut through!
It's my turn.
Alright, what do I have for freezes?
Yeah!
I got enough, apparently.
Thanks! Okay!
Alright, she doesn't have an actual,
Here I go!
detector.
There!
Alright, this is weak against Earth and Wind. So I guess Ellie was actually kind of useful for this fight.
Nope! Pumped up!
Man, the camera is freaking the fuck out right now.
Keep strong! Toughness shield!
Here I go! Take this!
Go in! Get him, Lammy! Go!
Let's go! Let's go! All for one!
And one for all!
Everyone, move in! Hey!
Let's go! Roar! Healing strike!
Well, this is unpleasant. Wow.
Here I go!
Just casually take me down to like no HP, huh?
won't let you down.
Well, I mean, I'm not completely out of the fight or anything. It's just
Push through! Cross strike!
really annoying.
It's my turn.
Are you kidding me? Why is my party so far apart? Alright, sorry, Million. Actually, no. Million's more likely to die.
Now, let us be...
Thanks.
Thanks!
I can't lose.
Spirit unification!
I can't lose.
Roar! Healing strike!
It's my turn. Now!
I've got you!
Go in!
Keep strong! Toughness shield!
Okay! Get lasered! Got it!
Got it!
Planning! Time 2! Trap!
Wow, rude. Stop that. Speaking of rude,
Sorry,
stop that.
everyone.
It's my turn.
Alright. Well. Doing it this way, huh?
There!
Thanks.
Let's go!
No way!
I can't lose.
Friends, this is really obnoxious.
Roar! Healing strike!
Well, this kinda sucks.
Yeah. Yeah, it does. I don't want to waste my, turn, but also, like, I don't actually have anything to use crit for, so... You know.
Switch! Leave it to me!
What do I got? 13... No, it's not even, like, close to dead yet.
Take this! Wide open!
Got it!
Okay.
Still okay.
Well. That wasn't cool. Wasn't very cash money of you, homie.
There!
Thank you.
I can't lose.
Hold out! Black Tortoise!
I can't lose.
Crimson Flash!
Still okay. Zero Breaker!
It's my turn. Fire!
It ends here!
Back to 8 HP.
I can still fight.
Also, everyone's fainted. Thanks. Dick. Oh. Yuna's frozen, so the freeze will actually kill her.
Arcus activate! Yeah!
Yep.
No way.
That was inevitable.
Lose.
Speaking of inevitable.
Keep strong! Toughness shield!
I can still fight. Ha!
Sorry, everyone.
Wow, they say the exact same thing. Great.
Pumped up.
Alright. I don't remember if Aurorine actually revives.
Yeah.
Rather than try and figure that out.
Thank you.
Again. Oh, and I fainted too. That's great.
No way. Come on, girl.
Okay, this is not going well.
Thank you. Oh! Why? No. I can't lose here.
Well, if I go through all my revival items
appreciate
and
it.
then whatever.
No way. Here I go.
And this is definitely not how I want to do this fight though, but it feels like
Thank
I
you.
really don't have a choice in the matter. No, fainted again.
Come on, girl.
Okay. Can I, like, get around this thing, maybe?
I'm in trouble. Ah.
Thanks. I won't let you!
Why? No.
I won't let you!
I can't lose here. Ah.
Let's go! Keep strong! Toughness shield! Let's go!
Thanks.
I appreciate it.
Alright. Party's back, so we're all down to 8 HP again.
I can't lose.
Hold out! Black Tortoise!
I can still fight.
Crimson Flash! Still okay. All for one!
It's my turn. Eternally floating.
Leave it to me. Ah. Here I go. Ah.
It's my turn.
No, I'm not actually in as bad a situation as it feels like.
Hold out! Black Tortoise! Right.
Lloyd being forced on arts might be bad, though.
Up to you.
Let's go, Lemmy! Giving it all I got! Swish, swish, kaboom!
Here I go. It's my turn. Arcus activate.
Lemmy, times 2!
I can still fight.
It's the feint that's making this so freaking annoying. Just like constantly, I can't do anything about the situation other than just faint and fall over.
I can't lose.
So, like, trying. I really am.
Cut through!
I can't lose here.
Thanks.
Appreciate it. Pumped up.
Keep strong. Toughness shield.
Pumped up. You can't escape. Fire! Get him!
Got him. Fool!
Ooh.
Let's go. Crimson Slash!
Leave it to me. Don't give up!
Thanks.
Don't give in!
Let's go.
Alright. Well, we survived this fight, but man, I did not do this well.
Healing strike!
Who cares? Victory's a victory. But yeah.
That's the power of the eight
Definitely
months.
shows you the power of accessories. Freeze protection, faint protection, all musts. Oh, and now I get Recuria. Could've used that in this fight, but oh well.
Nice. That'll do it.
Nice! I did it!
Ellie can cast Minar's faster, please.
Yeah, I did it! I've done it!
Alright, Guardian defeated. Barely. And we get the red orb for our troubles. That had to have been the master of this floor. You'd think that would be enough to trigger a change, but nothing. My guess is something more needs to happen to make the barrier here disappear. Makes sense, and we'll have to search around for some potential leads. Not here, though. It's clear this is as far as we can go for now. How about we think back on it on the ground floor instead? Everyone okay with that? Might as well, yeah. It's possible the others might have figured out something while we were here. Good point. Let's get back to the base and swap notes with them. Alright. And we can just fast travel back to the entrance, so we'll do that. There's still a blue ceiling stone that I missed somewhere, but I'll just get that off screen. Because it's not a big deal. They're back! We explored as much of the first stratum as we possibly could. It does make a good place to train, if nothing else. There seemed to be more to explore, but there was a barrier preventing us from going any further in. Did anything change while we were away? Kinda. Some tables and chairs appeared, so it's a lot more comfortable than it was before. Looks like it's the garden's way of optimizing things for us. Well, that's a pleasant surprise. All the more reason to settle in. This is going to be our home base.
Traversal of the first stratum confirmed. Conditions of master missions fulfilled. These quantified goals may serve as a guide with which to measure progress. All visitors are advised to regularly confirm available master missions.
Sounds like something else changed. Now that we're back, why don't we have a look around the garden to find out what? Sounds good to me. You can now view missions and report their completion using the central core. Inspect the central core sphere in the plaza to view missions and report their completion. View the View Mission tabs after inspecting the central core. Well.
Connecting to Reverie Garden database.
Earn a variety of rewards by completing missions. You can check your current missions by pressing L2 and triangle at the same time. One mission has already been completed so far. Collect the reward for beating it. Yep, we beat the Master, so we get 120 shards and a Dragon Vision Quartz. As well as some Reverie points for completing this mission.
Phantasmal shards shall be supplied henceforth. Their function: to unlock new possibilities within the Reverie corridor. Permissions now granted for visitors to unlock new functionalities that will ease future trials.
If collecting those shards is to our benefit, then we can't afford to ignore them. Yeah, let's keep unlocking stuff! Trade Phantasmal shards for special items or use them to unlock useful abilities. More options to either unlock, uncap, or trade will be available as the story progresses.
Central core activated. Confirming rank points accumulated.
Since we cleared the first round,
Liberation
we got 10 more
rank
points.
changed.
And we get this
Transferring rank reward.
New accessory, the Theseus ring. We have no missions available at this time, so
New contents available.
But we can use our shards to unlock something else. So let's go ahead and do that. This is the gacha machine, so... Guessing this unsealing pedestal is the thing on the platform we saw earlier. It would seem so. It should be active now. This must be what the voice was alluding to. It really is another useful functionality. Well, what are we waiting for? Why don't we go have a look? Yeah, only one way to know for sure. Alright, let's head up there.
Unsealing pedestal activated.
Gotcha, activated. Facility for the purpose of naturally unsealing items called sealing stones. Gold ones let you get allies, the blue ones unlock your daydreams, the red ones unlock your minigames, and the silver ones, well, they let you pull for, like, gotcha. So yeah. The blue sealing stone is currently in your possession. Use the unsealing pedestal to reveal its contents. Well, fine, if you insist. I'll start with the blue. Buried Trails, Beaten Trails, Blazed Trails is now available. This is the first one you're going to get no matter what you do. So, yeah. You want to learn more about Swin, Naughty, and Regia? Here you go. I will not be viewing that daydream in this episode, but maybe next stream. You may now access the slab of reminiscence. New daydreams can be discovered through the blue sealing stones. Yes. Does anyone understand what just happened? Is that thing gonna let us look into the past somehow? That would be a strange twist. How the hell does that work? This garden is just full of mysteries. Regardless, at least we know what to do with any other sealing stones we come across. Not to mention the phantasmal shards. There's a lot to keep track of. We have to remember to use what we have at our disposal, strange as it may be. It's easy to get caught up in how any of this is theoretically possible, given how little the logic of our world seems to apply here. I'm still convinced that everything here exists for the purpose of making us stronger, though.
Correct. The Black Mirror serves to aid visitors in the fulfillment of unrealized possibilities. Visitors are advised to make use of these services to raise the chances of realizing their own destinies. All garden systems confirmed to be operational. Connection between the Black Mirror and the outside world stabilized. Visitors are instructed to make physical contact with the mirror to return to the outside world.
Okay, now we can exit. So, this is gonna be a good stopping point once I have control again. But I'll finish up Gotcha before I do that. So the mirror is how we return? We can leave whenever we want and return when we want to become stronger. Yeah, but I'm still stumped over what we were even doing before all this. We should probably get back to it, though. I feel as though we were in the midst of something very important. That's likely why we were called here in the first place. Safe bet. Whatever it was, all the stuff we did here should help us to do it better. Hopefully. I just wish we could do it without having our memories wiped again. That's out of our hands for the moment. Let's focus on what we can control. Yeah, let's take this opportunity to go back, but I wouldn't be surprised if the Reverie corridor continued to help us going forward. It's great to know it'll be here when we need it, even if we're about to forget that fact. Yes, we can really master our craft for when the time comes. It would also be to our benefit to explore everything we weren't able to see during this trip at a later point. We'd be fools not to make good use of it when the opportunity does arise. The corridor is a unique space which does not possess a single fixed layout. A new internal layout will be randomly generated upon inspecting the central core and selecting Rearrange the Reverie corridor. Open chests will be replaced with fresh ones, and defeated monsters will be resurrected and changed, so you can enjoy a different experience each time. There are rare items that can only be found in the Reverie corridor, so it's worth your time to explore fully. You're no longer required to use certain characters while exploring the corridor. Your party can now be made up of any combination of characters. It's been one surprise after another since we arrived here, but I think everyone's starting to get the hang of things now. Maybe I should go see how they're doing while I check all the facilities we have access to now. Okay, I guess there is still stuff we can do. The state has changed. You'll now begin exploring as Lloyd. So,
review missions.
As you can see, we have new missions in place. View your daydreams, unlock your ceiling stones, yada yada yada. These give us new things that are all very nice, so we might as well do them when we have the chance to.
New contents available.
For the time being, we don't have enough to unlock any of these. But we could always do this when we need to. I'll be getting that at some point off screen. Let's go talk to the gang here. Oh, Lloyd, I found this a little earlier. Obtained an azure droplet. Huh, I feel like I've seen similar items in the Reverie corridor too. I believe it's some kind of elixir that's only produced within the corridor. Taking a sip makes it feel like you've gained the benefits of training without ever lifting a finger. That's pretty crazy. So is the fact that you tried it. Still, it's incredible that something like this exists. Well, I only did it because I heard stories about similar things existing in Eastern folklore. Regardless, I think we should make good use of them if we come across any more. I was thinking the same thing. Thanks for finding one, Risha. Not at all. So yeah, you can level up characters up to the highest level character. Basically can save you a little bit on grinding. Hey Lloyd, what's up? Just checking in. So, you changed over to your casual clothes, Risha? Yes, since this area seems to be safe for the most part. I'll change back when it's time to head in the corridor again. Your current outfit doesn't seem to provoke quite as much ogling, however. Instructor Reen was rather flustered by your other attire when we met to the Geofront 2 years ago. Was he? That's, Altina, you know better than to make things up. I almost forgot about that little run-in the four of us had. Who could have imagined we'd be working together like this someday? We were Crossbell's enemies at that time. That's not the case anymore. Everyone from Erebonia feels the same way you do. It's gonna take all of us working together to fix whatever's happening in the real world. No arguments from me. We'll be counting on you all.
What's going on?
I hope you're doing well.
Say, Lloyd, you don't actually find my outfit distracting, do you? I've never even considered the possibility. I chose it because it doesn't restrict my movement, and I can fight at full strength. Yeah, I can see that. That wasn't an invitation to look more closely. So you say.
Who are you?
Still, when you take a close look at her, she does have a rather different aura. I almost want to ask her what her secret is so I can get one over on Milliam. Never change. Oh, Musei's all by herself. That's one area down, but the number of mysteries continues to grow. It's difficult to imagine we'll find the truth while our memories are being tampered with as well. Not that this isn't a valuable opportunity to learn something regardless. I know what you mean. My gut's telling me we don't have all the pieces to the puzzle just yet. That said, looking at who was brought here can still be a valuable clue. It's not everyone, mind you, but nearly every one of us here fought to put a stop to the Great Twilights. Indeed, it's impossible to overlook the connection. I once thought Meal Mirage was our only option then, but everyone here showed me it wasn't. There was a better way. That makes me keen to see what we're capable of this time around, too. Likewise, that's one truth I can't wait to discover. Look at how much we've changed. Shit's so cute, man. I'm never gonna find a good stopping point, am I? Oh, hello, Detective Bannings. You're Reen's younger sister, right? It's nice to meet you. I'm impressed at how composed you've been around everyone, given how bizarre the situation is. Agreed, and it's carried over to her technique as well. Her sword form is so elegant that I'm actually a little envious. Please, I'm nowhere near as talented as all of you. But I'm just as eager to fight alongside my brother and give everything I have. I suppose having an older brother to look to can serve as motivation. Yes, and it can also be a challenge when you know you have a lot to live up to as the younger one. Their footsteps can be rather difficult to follow. And yet you can't help but want to surpass them regardless. Yeah, I know that feeling. Though maybe this is the perfect opportunity for us. You know, having this place available for us to get stronger. It helps to have something in common when we're all fighting alongside each other as equals. I'll be counting on you in the battles ahead. Likewise. Well said. It would be an honor to fight alongside you. Yeah, sure.
Executing recovery program.
What are Ellie and Claire doing? They're playing Vantage Masters. What are the two of you up to? We were just having a conversation, then Vantage Masters came up. She's teaching me the ins and outs. Oh yeah, it's pretty popular over in Erebonia, isn't it? Kia made me play it last year, actually. Oh, you've played before? I'm hardly an expert myself, but it's such a strategic game that it wouldn't be out of place being taught at a military academy. That's saying something. Hearing that kind of makes me want to pick it back up again. I don't see why not. I'm enjoying playing it myself. Oh, I know. Why don't you join us? That sounds like an idea to me. I actually have a spare deck you could use. Would you like it? Are you sure? Of course. The more the merrier. As long as you promise to play with us to pass the time. I'll be doing these off-screen because I'm not a big fan of Vantage Masters. It's an alright game, but I'm not a big fan of it. You'd better get those cards in order then. I'm expecting a good game or two now. I look forward to seeing what you're capable of. You can now play against Ellie and Claire. Press R2 to challenge people with the card game. No. As you progress through the story, you'll get more decks and more people to face, and so on and so forth. It's a minigame, baby. And oh boy, you're gonna be doing a lot of it. So yeah, you just press R2 to challenge them if you want. But we got more things to talk about. So you are related to the Revelt Company. I had a hunch when I heard your name before. I made a music box I love that's no longer in production. I still listen to it every day. Really? My family and I have long since moved on from the company, but that still makes me happy to hear. My father poured his heart and soul into our music box offerings before his passing. Did he? I'm sorry for your loss. I know we can't retain our memories of this place when we leave, but perhaps it was fate that I had the opportunity to meet you here. Maybe so. I look forward to fighting alongside you, Ellie. That's an interesting pairing. I know we're being forced to work together, but at least I don't have to worry about those two.
I bet we could fish here.
And we will do so. Off-screen. The trial door. A large mysterious door towers over you. It fails to budge even in the slightest when pushed. We don't have the means to challenge that yet, so don't worry about it. It's not important. Hey Lloyd, take a look at this! What's a tennis racket and a violin doing here? We wished for them at the Millennial Trove and they popped out here. I was thinking that since we're all stuck here, we could use a little distraction. Really? I guess nothing's impossible inside this place. This probably falls under the Reverie Garden optimizing stuff or whatever. Anyway, at least we don't have to worry about boredom trying to kill us in here too. Yeah, we should be able to cook, play music and sports, and all kinds of other things. Let's go tell the others and see what else we can wish for. Well, at least they're all keeping their spirits up.
Hey there!
I don't think that's gonna happen. Aw.
So like...
If we have too much fun, I don't want to go home.
How's it going?
Alright, looks like we can play Phantom Mask against Ash as well, but... Damn, you really chilled out since we first met, huh? You know, I was serious about recruiting you to the Intelligence Division had you dropped out of the branch campus. And I thought Randoneurs and Palestine's hard sells were crappy. Who doesn't want to recruit me? I was thinking about dropping out, but it turns out I'm surrounded by too many dumbasses that'd be lost without me. Uh-huh. Sure, you should be more honest with yourself for a change, but, I'm happy for you. Enjoy your youth, kid. Your school days are some of the best of your life. So make some memories while you can, because you'll miss it once it's gone. Please. Like, I need to hear that from you.
What do you want?
Wild Philly and Randolph won't shut up about you. Like, ever. Especially for somehow big national hero you're almost as famous for being a lady killer. That true? Rumors of my philandering have been highly exaggerated, I assure you. Yeah, Schwarzer always puts the modest act too, and we all know the truth about that. Must be fate that has me crossing paths with a real celebrity playboy like you. Let's say you and I sit down for a round of Vantage Masters, huh? There's plenty of chance to show off how strong we are elsewhere, but not so many to see what really makes a man tick. You in? Sure, that could be fun. Certainly wanted a chance to get to know you better, seeing as you're Yuna's friend and one of Randy's own students. I doubt I'm quite as smooth a customer with these things as you, but hopefully I can still make for a decent match.
Take a load off.
I'll not be doing that anytime soon. Just what are you making students do? Never change. Actually, please change. I don't like you, Lecter.
Sealing stones unsealable.
Alright. Contents of gold sealing stones you own will be changed when you obtain a new one. If you aren't happy with the contents of a stone you obtained, you can either acquire another or load save data before you obtain said stone. Try again. I don't give a shit. Whoever we get, we get. C'est la vie. It's Angie.
You needed a Taito specialist, and you got Angelica Rogner. Now, where are all those lovely kittens who need a hug from yours truly?
To the bench! Set special party members in the tag-along slot and use their brave orders in battle. They'll even join you in united fronts. Characters found in Sealing Stones can only join the party in the Reverie Corridor. They can, however, provide orders in Zemuria in the Reverie Corridor by being equipped to a tag-along slot. This allows them to be part of united fronts as well. So yeah. Basically, you can't use Reverie Character Corridor just in like actual battles and stuff, but you can have access to their orders, which can make difficult fights easier, if need be. Anyway, let's see what the red one gives us. Magical Elisa. Again, I'll be hitting up like minigames and daydreams and stuff for another stream. Just picking up all the stuff we can while we can. And nice. In the gacha we get...
I'll hold on to it.
Yuna's Academy swimsuit. Damn, it's almost like they know I'm a big Yuna fan and they want to just give me cool stuff for her. And the Shining SR quartz, okay. That's going to be pretty useful for us. So. And since we can do 10 shards at a time with the small ones, let's see what this bowl gets us.
Nice! I'll hold on to it.
Nothing amazing, but, I mean, hey. I'll take stuff. Alright. Does this mean I have to, like, hunt for down Angelica, too? But I don't wanna. So, like, if I talk
How's
about
it going?
He doesn't have anything new to say. Okay. He doesn't care about Angelica. I don't think he's ever interacted with the girl. I mean, that's not true, but he hasn't interacted with her in a meaningful way, rather. Otherwise, yeah. I think this is a good stopping point. So, thank you all for coming to my stream tonight. We nearly hit 5 hours today, which is really good for me. I didn't expect I'd be going for this long, but I forgot how much time you can just spend walking around in this area. But yeah, I had fun streaming today. I hope you all enjoyed today's episode, and I hope you join me next time as we continue on with the main story. I'm going to be doing some stuff in the TRC off screen. Basically just like doing levels, maybe open up a few more sealing stones, that kind of stuff, but I think I'll be doing main story stuff, unless there's a real public outcry for doing the daydreams right away. Which, I mean, I could, but again, we'll see. I probably won't be streaming until either Sunday or Monday, depending on how I feel. Because I've got work, so, you know, work kind of takes precedence. In any case, I'm rambling now. I'm getting tired. So, yeah. Hope you all join me next time. Take care. Pleasant dreams, and have a good night. Toodaloo.